destiny.
चैलेंजर साउथ एशिया स्प्लिट टू प्लेऑफ्स में इस लोअर ब्रैकेट के मैचअप में दो टीम्स, एक को मिली है जीत, दूसरी जो है वो जीत नहीं पाई है, एंड दे स्टिल हैव आईज ऑन दैट $100,000 प्राइज मनी. So who do we have today? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with team number 1, bringing on stage True Rippers. स्प्लिट टू प्लेऑफ्स, इनका काफी स्टार्ट स्टॉप रहा है क्योंकि पहले अपर ब्रैकेट राउंड में इन्होंने हराया रेवेनेंट को, लेकिन फिर मुलाकात हुई और ओरंगुटान से एंड दे वेंट डाउन विदाउट अ फाइट. लेकिन आज दिस इज योर फाइनल अपॉर्चुनिटी, दिस इज योर फाइनल चांस if you're True Rippers. Are you की team, can they get back to winning ways after having forgotten what happened against Orangutan? That is the big question they need to answer. लेकिन सामने ऐसी टीम है who are unknown to them क्योंकि अब तक इनकी मुलाकात ही नहीं हुई है. How are they going to stand up to that kind of unpredictability? How are they going to stand up to that kind of pressure? The coach is also out there. The target is on their back. But who do we have against them? Time to bring on team number 2. This is Reckoning. Well, unfortunately, Reckoning haven't been really able to live up to their name. Naam Reckoning hai, but they've been out of Reckoning as far as winning is concerned. Split 1 playoffs में जीत नहीं मिली. Split 2 playoffs में वो जो पहला राउंड था उसमें इन्हें हार मिली, which is why they find themselves in the lower bracket. यहाँ पे आज सामने True Rippers है जिन्होंने जीत का स्वाद जो है वो चख लिया है, but Reckoning के लिए time is running out. अगर कुछ बदलना है तो the time is now. क्या वो ये कर सकते हैं? That is the big question that not only their fans are seeking answers to, but I'm sure the team is too. सारी अलग अतरंगी चीजें करने की कोशिश. So there you have Ant-Man. They need all the superpowers, mind you, to get back to winning ways. Coach भी आ चुके हैं. So unfortunately, we're not going to call Ant-Man right down to the middle. It's time to get into the captain's corner. दोनों IGLs को बुलाते हैं. So are you, Harsh, if you both can join me? All right, boys. This is the first time that you're going up against each other. I mean, we're talking from day one of the tournament. How are you looking at this matchup?
After what I've seen today, yeah, it's pretty good. It's gonna be exciting once the audience sees what we're cooking.
Yeah, no matter what happens, RU doesn't stop smiling. Now, आप लोग भी पहली बार मुलाकात कर रहे हैं, and वो भी split 2 playoffs में. लेकिन imagine, it's your first date, and whoever loses goes home. So, इस matchup में, what are the pros and cons of True Rippers for you?
एक्चुअली यस फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग का, बट हम लोग कुछ ज़्यादा सोचने नहीं वाले कि सामने कौन है क्या कौन नहीं है. हम लोग अपना गेम खेलने वाले, जो हम लोग ने बात करके आए हम लोग ऑलरेडी. यस डू और डाई है, हम लोग अपना 100% देंगे.
You guys had a phenomenal group stage, but then you won that first game in upper bracket round 1, and then you ran into Orangutan and they smashed you. What happened there?
Everyone fell apart basically on the individual basis, but now we're here to bounce back and show that even if it's against our odds, we're here to show that we can win.
यार हर्ष, आप लोग ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ का हिस्सा थे, ठीक है? आप लोगों ने बात बोली कि हम लोग ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ से आए हैं, तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस जो है तुम में था, बट देन जैसे ही तुम लोग अपर राउंड में आए, अपर ब्रैकेट राउंड में आए और अब तुम लोअर ब्रैकेट में हो, सडनली ऐसा लग रहा है कि यू लॉस्ट दैट मोजो. व्हाट्स हैपनिंग?
तुम्हें याद रहेगा ग्रुप स्टेज का पहला मैच हम लोग ओरंगुटान के सामने हारे थे, उसके बाद हम लोग ने तीनों गेम जीते थे. ये हम लोग का वही सेम प्रोसेस है. हम लोग वही सबसे सोच रहे हैं अभी. यस डू और डाई. हम लोग स्टेप बाय स्टेप करेंगे, एक ही गेम को फोकस करेंगे. अभी आगे का नहीं सोच रहे हैं, स्टेप बाय स्टेप जो भी है.
All right. The great man Krat sitting back in the studio. He said something very interesting. He said तारीफ भी मिलेगी, गालियाँ भी मिलेंगी if you're Kaizen, which means you'll get the applause as well as the brickbats. His inconsistency, is that a sense of trouble?
For us, no, since we've noticed it a couple of times already. But now we want him to show his full potential now, since it's a do or die for us. So, yeah.
Okay, and जो same situation इनके साथ है, Deadly के साथ भी हो रही है, वो थोड़ी सी inconsistency, उसका solution क्या? What's the solve?
एक्चुअली मैं इनकन्सिस्टेंट नहीं बोलूँगा उसको. यस लास्ट गेम वो नहीं परफॉर्म कर पाया, बट हम लोग उसके ऊपर पूरा 100% डिपेंड नहीं रह सकते. हम लोग को एज ए टीम आगे बढ़ना है. तो हम लोग ऐसे ये नहीं सोचते कि डेडली अगर मारेगा तो ही जीतेंगे. हम लोग ये नहीं सोचते.
Yo, listen, I know I'm playing mediator, but you're going to get against each other. You're going to go up against each other. Is there anything that you want to say to each other?
Let's have fun. Let's show what we were cooking today, and good luck for the best of us.
आर्यू तो विनम्रता वाला एपिसोड पढ़ रहा है अभी. आप क्या कह रहे हैं?
मैं बोलूँगा बेटर वैलोरेंट देखने मिलेगा तुम्हें. जो बेटर टीम है वो जीत के आ जाएगी आज आगे.
I don't need to translate that. The better damn wins, right? Thank you, boys. Go join your teammates. Boys, तुमने सुन लिया. यहाँ पे उतने shots fired नहीं हुए हैं, लेकिन there is an undercurrent of tension because one of them is going home. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you so much for that throwback. But yeah, we saw Ant-Man over there. I thought we were going to be seeing something from Flabin this time. But no, it's Ant-Man. I guess the entire team of Reckoning is a Avenger. You know, they're Avenger. Slowly and steadily as the tournament keeps on processing on. If Reckoning Esports is going to be continuing their journey, I'm pretty sure every single person in that squad is going to be cosplaying.
Exactly. We already saw a Thor cosplay once from Flabin before. Now we see an Ant-Man cosplay from Trist.
He's dancing.
I'm just curious about who's gonna pull off the Iron Man, the Captain America, and everyone.
Oh.
Maybe even a little bit of Spider-Man. You know, I just watched that movie yesterday. It's quite cool.
Hey, he's beating up Trist, man. Why are you doing that? I guess Thor isn't really a big fan of Ant-Man at the end of the day. Well, we found out some new stuff.
They both are funny, so you know.
Guess. But yeah, jokes apart, as we do move on forward towards this matchup, we're getting an inch closer to that map veto. That's what we're here to see, how the map veto is going to be looking like, as Reckoning Esports going to go for the first ban and True Rippers with the second. I really want to see what Reckoning Esports is going to be banning out, and yeah, they're going to go ahead and ban out the map of Split, where True Rippers is one of those teams that try to pull off some shenanigans last time we saw them, and then True Ripper instantly is going to go ahead and ban the map of Fracture. Reckoning Esports for the first pick, and it's going to be Bind. Oh!
Alright. Now this is quite interesting. I didn't expect Reckoning to select Bind right off the bat. I thought that they would probably go for something along the lines of a Pearl or something. Oh, never mind. I also expected Lotus to be one of those maps which Reckoning can pick up, but if True Rippers are the ones who are going for it, it sends a loud and clear message. They are aware that both these teams are quite comfortable on this map, so for True Rippers to actually continue picking Lotus as if nothing is wrong, they really must be prepared for this one.
Yeah, that really gotta be though, right? Considering, as you said, True Rippers, for them to just go ahead and pick up Lotus once again, it really does raise a lot of questions too, but it can also raise another sense of security, is that they're probably ready for this entire matchup for a reason that they've picked Lotus. But let's see, we've got a lot of questions lined up, and I'm pretty sure these players are going to be answering all those questions with their gameplay, as Bind is going to be the first map inside the entire series, and True Rippers is going to kick things off in defense and Reckoning Esports on the attack.
This is going to be quite a match, ladies and gentlemen. Now, because Trist pulled off the Ant-Man cosplay, I'm assuming he might just pick up another trans-dimensional warrior as his agent in this map. Never mind, he picks up the Brimstone. I was hoping we get to see a Yoru. That really would make some people like Trist happy, but oh my god, Arena comes out. I'm starting to think of this as more along the lines of a Paper Rex cosplay, you know? We did see Arena and Sky pick up from Paper Rex in the VCT Pacific Playoff Grand Finals on Bind. This is the exact same composition, and Techno goes for the same thing.
Wow, okay, we're seeing Arena being pulled out.
By both the sides!
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this one's going to be panning out, though. I mean, Reyna, it's not a competitive pool. As you said, it's been played once in the past, but still, I'm quite skeptical about that character in general and how much value it can provide as a duelist. Yeah, if you're able to find kills, then of course it's going to give you the maximum amount of value, but for that, you will actually need to go really aggressive and get those kills. On the other hand, though, as we are going to move inside the map of Bind and yeah, Harbor being pulled out as well. I'm really interested to see how this lineup's going to be playing out on the map of Bind.
I mean, the first Reyna pick, it surprised me. I'm not gonna lie. But the second one as well. And I'm starting to now wonder, did both these teams watch the same damn match and pick up the inspiration from it? I guess Kaizen's a little bit more prepared for this one. But the moment I say that, Hoya takes his head off. That's a very good initiation.
Indeed it is. Two Rippers, now they're starting to get just pushed on from all the angles as Voya as well is able to get one underneath his belt. Able to sweep one under the rug. Techno too now from the back line is going to get the flank activated. Considering he's the Reyna player, yeah, he will need to go a little bit more on the aggressive page, and he's also able to find all the kills. Dismisses away. So far he's alive and will also get another one down. Only 6 HP left over though. And Hirsch will seal the deal and take care of business.
Good crunch from Reckoning Esports. They literally ignored all the controller utility that True Rippers had put up and just went for the A crunch instantly. Wimp had deployed Sky Smokes towards A Shaw. There was Harbor utility placed towards Bath, but none of that mattered to Reckoning Esports. They just went all in, guns blazing. As soon as they got that first kill, they knew they had a very little amount of time to make that momentum swing happen before the rotations for True Rippers arrives. And that's why they didn't pump the brakes at all. They just continued going. But this time, True Rippers, they respond with a 5-man stack to a day. I'm starting to feel nervous, Necro.
Oh, the shorty in the close range, and Kaizen's going to be the one to take it. But this time, it's Deadly 10, not falling for that trap anymore. Kaizen being shut down, but it's complete fine. Still an anti-eco, so it's not going to hurt at all, even if True Rippers are not able to find a single kill right here. But still, it's all about the ultimate farm and how the opponent team's able to prioritize those kills if they do want to get ultimate on one of the players quickly enough. So he needs to go on the opponent's face as aggressive and get those kills racked up. But so far, even Reckoning, they're just playing it safe and sound, playing for the post plants as Flabben's got a lot of players approaching. This time he's not going to fall back. He's just lining all of them up. Nicely done. But it's Hirsch actually able to get all those kills. Oh, he stole it away, huh?
Keep that fire,
Yeah, both Flabben and Hirsch just stealing away the wins from True Rippers. Good cleanup from them. That Spectre spray down, it doesn't look as stylish because if it's just a bunch of eco frags, but the good part is Harsh gets so many of those frags that brings him much closer to his Seekers. And this is quite interesting because Reckoning are the more dynamic team. We already pointed out that they are the team that relies on a lot more mid-rounding. So those Seekers can really turn the tide for them.
They really can. And you can see Flabben, all he needs is 2 more points. And even he will get his hands on the Reckoning. And even Hirsch, 2 more points needed. So yeah, once again, Deadly 10 on that aggressive page. Already on the B site. No one able to find any sort of answer to that. But this time it's Disrupt. Able to get the first kill and also able to flick down on the second player. Disrupt with a 3K. Just disrupting this entire push. But then you've got Trist as well. Just shining back in the action. It's a 2-on-3 scenario. And it's doable.
It definitely is doable. Flabben, though, he's going to make things a bit harder. He's now stuck, though. He was supposed to play on the back of his teammate, Util. But now he's left to his own devices. And because of the cascade, they've already figured out where he is. But they all face him at the same time. Almost had the spray down of his lifetime. But RU saves the day.
But that's a really good bonus round. They managed to take off 4 guns. That's insane. Now, True Rippers in the upcoming round, they're going to struggle so much considering now Reckoning Esports is going to be the one to have the weapons advantage. A solid bonus round done, and they also have gotten their hands on the Reckoning.
Yeah.
And to get the Seekers online, all they need to do is feed 1 ultimate orb to the sky.
Exactly. But I like the approach from Reckoning Esports this time, even though they lost the round. They used the high tide to bisect the site in half. They jump inside from hookah, they clear out the back of site first, and only after that area is under control, they use the Leer to peek ahead of the high tide to clear out elbow. Now, of course, it didn't go as planned because Disrupt was an absolute monster over there. But the overall approach helped them clear sites methodically. And this time too, they tried to take control pinch by pinch. Deadly invading lamps first, then the rest of his team follows behind. That flash initiation is perfect. It gives Deadly a second frag. And before Aryu can even do anything, he's got Reckonings and Cascades headed towards him, so he's been cut off from the action.
Yeah, it's a 3-on-3 though, and Techno is able to reply back with 2 of his own. And Trist too, just shining inside the action. Reckoning Esports out of nowhere looking to flip the odds with them. And Techno, once again, this man is quite thirsty. He's tasted a lot of blood, and he wants a little bit more on his hands, and will find the final player too. Techno goes massive at the 4K and saves the day for his team. This change coming in from Techno onto the duelist role onto Reyna, I mean, so far he's been doing a phenomenal job, and I'm loving this change.
Exactly, right? I mean, I used to love the old Techno as well when he was the one playing Sky and all the initiators, but now that I see him on the duelist, I'm like, thank goodness they unleashed the beast, because this guy is not afraid of the chaos factor. True Rippers recognize that Reckoning are the kind of team that loves devolving the round into a very chaotic situation and just fighting in between the gaps, fighting to trade each other out. And because Techno is one of those persons who can just really dial down that level of chaos and bring it into something more palpable, he's the perfect agent to pick up this Reyna. Oh, and he
nice.
Delivers yet again. Oh, he can't even get punished. Deadly dashes in to hopefully get the trade onto him, but he dies instead. And even Kaizen has jumped into the TP to help him out. What a crunch from True Rippers.
Yeah, this is a prime example of deadlock. Techno able to get the trades, then also return back with 1. Kaizen's got his teammates back. Nicely done. True Rippers able to shut down anyone from Reckoning Esports. But this time it's a little tough to clip the wings off the opponent, but it's fine when you've got Flab and the Thor himself underneath your belt, and he will save the day for his team. And that's the reason why it's called Lord of the Thunder.
Just swings that Mjolnir, hits him in the face. And he brings it back. I really thought True Rippers had this round in the bag, you know? That double kill from Techno. The failed punish onto him as Deadly 10 dashed in to get that trade. Still wasn't successful. And even Kaizen jumping in. At that point, I really thought True Rippers had everything they required to win. But then comes Flabin himself. The man wielding the lightning. He delivers justice. And he does it swiftly. Fire round. Sorry.
And you can't deny the fact that so far this game has been like all over the place. It's
Exactly.
really tough to say. It's really tough to say which team's gonna win what round, even in the mid-game phases, because you never know which player's gonna go absolutely heroic.
Mid-round phase? Bro, there is no mid-round phase. There is no mid-round phase in this entire game. We've seen fire rounds so far. The fighting begins and it ends within the first 30 to 40 seconds. There is no mid-rounding. There are no rotations. It's just brawling upon brawling upon brawling, straight up. That's the flavor of this game. And you know what? As chaotic as it might be, as difficult as it might be to comprehend, I love it.
Try not to get shot.
And that's how you gotta play with Arena, though. That's the only way you're gonna get the maximum value squeezed out of that agent. Good Lear, though, this time taking the fight against their opponents. It's Kaizen, and then also pulls out a showstopper. Values delivered by Kaizen. He's done his job nicely. Even Techno with a backup, able to line his opponent. Nicely done. But still, Techno and Aryu, these two players are going to be a massive pain in the foot for the opponents. As Reckoning Esports, they've got the upgraded weapons lined up, and a good shot from Deadly 10 to take care of Aryu. Gets rid of him from the game. Techno still with the Sheriff in the hand. Not able to land that shot just quite yet. And Flabin, he will take care of business.
Flabin, always the stoic, staunch man who stands tall at the end. This guy, if it wasn't for him, then Reckoning Esports would have faltered a long time ago. You see the way True Rippers initiate, and it really just turns your feelings in a matter of seconds, right? At one instance, you notice they have just frenzies and shorties, and you think, yeah, they're probably not going to do much. They just satchel in and hope to get a cheeky frag. The next thing you know, Kaizen's pulled off the showstopper, and that's when you really start to feel concerned. But despite that aggro play, and despite the number of kills True Rippers are able to get, Reckoning somehow stabilize. Flabin and Deadly, they make this one work.
Yeah. Good Lear once again. It's going to force Kaizen back, and he pulls out the shorty. Just waiting for the opponent to push up close and personal. It's an equal trade from both the sides, and even Trist is able to deliver one. So far, Reckoning Esports have the man advantage, and it seems like Reckoning Esports are actually going to try to pull some next level shenanigans here. They reroute all the way to the B side at the last moment. throwing the players, the True Rippers, off guard. It's a 3-on-4. True Rippers do have a valid chance of winning this entire round as well. But you can see Flabin too, just pushing up towards the elbow area. Vimp has got two challengers approaching him soon. If Vimp is not able to isolate these duels, he's going to fall on top of his face because he's got a Sky waiting for him right on the opposite side. As soon as the first contact's found, Vimp could have died here. He tried to pull out the smoke, but then it's completely fine because Aryu's got things in control on the site.
Oh, an orbital strike has been thrown in just to get him out of the area. Meanwhile, Trist has his hands on the button. He's ready to throw down the fire as soon as the spike gets tapped. They throw down the cove just to get the defuse in, but the hellfire from above keeps them away from the spike, and enough time has passed away. All the amount of water can't keep up from the fire that rains down from the skies. Great adjustments from Reckoning Esports. In the last few rounds, we saw True Rippers taking the aggressive stance, going and pushing inside, but this time Reckoning start things off on the front foot. They hit the A site with brute force, and then True Rippers respond by jumping into the teleporters from B long and coming to its bat. At that point, True Rippers realize, hey, I'm sorry, at that point, Reckoning realized, hey, you know what, we can't really take A anymore. Let's jump into the TP ourselves, head to its hookah. And after that, they just got the plant and played their post-1 posies really, really well. While everyone else fought inside the site, you had Trist holding backwards just with his util.
Oh, Empress popped. And Deadly 10 once again looking to get real aggressive and personal against his opponents. Good trade from Boya at Reckoning Esports. They really have got each other's back, but there's a shotgun, and it's going to be Bucky. Kazon was able to get one, but he's not going to be able to get the return frag onto his opponent. And yeah, Reckoning Esports once again, a clean sweep onto the opponents.
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll lead us right.
And that's what happens when you have two aggro, hyper aggro duelists. The combination of the Leer along with Harsh's guiding lights is making it nearly impossible for True Rippers to hold the standard angles. Unless they're pushing aggro inside themselves, they can't hope to hold truck, they can't hope to hold this Radionite box. And you see one more thing that I noticed from Reckoning Esports, the high tide came in late. Usually the smokes are popped before the execute begins, but not in this case. Reckoning wanted to desperately go towards the back of Ace side rather than just play their standard angles, plant the spike and get back. That wasn't the plan. They wanted to go deeper into its enemy spawn. Just really deny the amount of area available for retake that True Rippers have. And this time, poor Techno, he's over here by himself. If he can get at least one kill, he might just be able to get away. And that's the spike carrier. Doesn't dismiss in time, but hey, at least it's boiled it down to a 4v3.
Look at Reckoning Esports, what they're doing. They're going to rotate all the way back from the spawn. A classic Reckoning Esports moment. Once again, just throwing the players of True Rippers off guard. True Rippers really wanted to crunch Reckoning Esports on the B site, but they're not going to see this coming at all, as every single player from the side of Reckoning has already made it onto the A site. Now finally, True Rippers, they're going to start making their way towards the A. And Reckoning Esports, they've got trouble approaching from both the sides, even from the bathrooms and from the short area as well. A lot of shots missed from Voya, and this time it's not going to be let go of. He will be punished instantly enough. Reckoning Esports, 3-on-2 scenario, not having the man number, not having the firepower as well, but Deadly able to return back. Nicely done. That was quite a crucial frag so far, but True Rippers, they're going to stick the defuse.
Oh, there's just simply no way to stop them from getting that def go, as well as the high tide. All of that invested just makes it impossible for Reckoning Esports to shoot back. But this round is so unique, you have to speak about it in retrospect as well, because whatever happened in round 9, we saw glimpses of it in round 8 as well, when Reckoning Esports pushed all the way towards the back of towards the back of A site and planted near truck. This time they do something similar on the B side. They take defender spawn, head to its A instead. And I really thought they would do it before as well. And while this innovative trick helps them get the plant and secure the man advantage, it also creates problems for defending it against diffusers. And that's when True Rippers thrive. Oh my god, they don't just thrive, they're trying to drive them out of this site. Somehow, Deathly 10 survives that onslaught, but Techno cannot. At least he takes one down before he bites the dust. Meanwhile, Voya is fighting a whole different battle towards the A site. And Voya, because he committed his body to the fake, it keeps True Rippers stationed towards the A site and leaves the B site open for planting and repositioning.
Hirsch. Looking to peek out. This will be quite a risky peek from him. There's 4 players waiting in the front. Deadly 10 try to commit that spray and not connected a single shot. Swift moment indeed, an awkward moment too, but a good reckoning from the side of Reckoning Esports. But unfortunately, Flavin's not going to be able to stay alive to see another day. And, well, it's all left down to Hirsch, and he will be dealt with too. True Rippers, so far, able to get the momentum swinging back into the action for them.
And I think the reason why they're able to get that momentum back again is because they just calm the hell down. You notice the first 4 rounds of the game, everything was so chaotic because True Rippers are actually pushing out. They want to fight Reckoning Esports really, really hard.
Oh yeah.
And in chaotic situations like those, you can't really guarantee a win. It all just sort of comes down to trades, right? It all comes down to the heat of the moment. And in that moment, if you can't guarantee a win, then you're doing something wrong. And that's exactly why the last 3 rounds, True Rippers have been very slow to rotate. You can see how Reckoning Esports are making the first move. The whole pace of the game has changed. True Rippers are no longer initiating the battle. Instead, they wait and they react, which is okay, because given the way that Reckoning Esports is playing, the way they are pushing so deep inside enemy territory right now, and they're planting in these precarious spots, they are prone to overheating, which True Rippers love to punish. Going into the retake every single time for the last 3 rounds, True Rippers have had the man advantage. And they don't even need the man advantage to begin with, right? Because Reckoning, they're not the kind of team that is just gonna hide in a corner and just play for time. Nope. They are actually fighting back even in post-plant positions. So that's the kind of team True Rippers know they're up against. All they have to do is make sure they stick together and win those battles out, because Reckoning will give them an opportunity. True Rippers just need to seize it.
Speaking about season and opportunity, this is where another opportunity will be given away to True Rippers. If a side control is taken away, Aryu's got his hands on the Reckoning, so that should be a free side retake in his hands if used properly. But one thing is for sure, Reckoning Esports, they've been really pressing the charge against the players, the True Rippers. They're just straight up being aggressive on one side of the map, but look at this aggression this time. This time it's from the side of True Rippers, and it's going to work out in their favor, as Hirsch is going to get dealt with right off the bat. But considering it was a push from completely one side of the map, Reckoning Esports, they found themselves the A side completely free. And Tristan's over here to catch anyone on the flank. He does get one, but not able to get the second one in return. Still the man advantage in the hands of True Rippers, and that one single man advantage can mean a lot. But Voya can also find a flawless timing if used properly enough, but this guiding light should give it away.
True Rippers have been consistently finding the man advantage in these retake situations. They even have the information onto Flab, and they just need to find Deadly, but they can't. They both play the timing really well. It's only Ardu who's able to get something done. The clock is ticking against them, and so are the odds. It's all up to Voya now, but he can't win the duels. True Rippers this time, once again, find success. And I almost had to eat my words. Oh no! It still pulls up.
0.02.
Last round in the half.
Way too close. Way too close. And that too, let me tell you what exactly happened over there. So you saw that cove being placed, right? So he thought that there's a high chance that the spike is going to be inside the cove, so he went in this cove, and I saw him wait there for like a solid second, and then he ran in the front. So I think so.
Yeah.
That was something that caught him off guard, but I'm not exactly sure.
I had to eat my words over there. Before the tactical timeout, I said that True Rippers are pumping on the brakes, but then they just go in for a massive 5-man rush down towards B-Long, and this time they're aggro fighting towards Hookah. This is dangerous. Oh, Disrupt. Always dodging the fire, always dodging the heat. Somehow, both the orbital strikes are invested, but the first one doesn't get any value at all. True Rippers had to send an orbital strike of their own, but they didn't need the orbital strike. They just got all the kills by just their gunplay. Voya looking to make an impact over here as he bravely dashes inside. Good stuff! Even dismissed across his safety, but he can't win the duel against Gazen.
Switching sides.
Well, here we go. The first half, quite a quick one, I'm not gonna lie. Such a quick first half.
I know, right?
I mean, look at fights like these where it's just an absolute chaotic start right off the bat, and you see the kills fall in one after the other. It's even tough to keep track of what's exactly going on the map. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that was it for the first half, a 7-5 half, which is quite a solid one. And I'm really excited to see how things are going to be looking like in the second half. And considering, as I said, Reckoning Esports on their attack, usually they would try to stick together as a 5-man unit and they would try to push a site right off the bat. In majority of the rounds, we saw that. And whenever they try to do that, it actually sort of worked out and they were able to get in the site or breach in the site perfectly and easily enough, ladies and gentlemen. But one thing is for sure, even for you guys, and a good news too, all you guys need to do is scan that QR code and you guys stand a chance to win that Philips One Blade. With that being said, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
For my wings, I need my eggs. This life is real. Can't play pretend. Came off the bench. I get it in.
Bro, fridge meat के लिए, heat के लिए नहीं. Bro, this graphics card is making my frames drop. Come with me if you want to game.
The all-new Omen 16 with advanced Tempest cooling technology, now with 5 heat pipes and 4 thermal outlets. The Omen 16 with 12th Gen Intel Core i7 processor to make you forget your frame drops.
Now that's cool.
Game on with Tempest cooling.
Presenting Hyundai i20 N-Line. It's time to play.
Yes, I'm a Gen Z. Or should I say, the Gen Next. And I don't let fear hold me back from doing anything. I choose to move fearlessly to it all.
Hey buddy, we need you to trim your beard for this next scene.
What? Okay, fine, I'll admit it. I move fearlessly in most things, but I draw the line here. What if I Nico cut myself?
Try this.
Phillips.
For my wings, I need my eggs. This life is real. Can't play pretend. Came off the bench. I get it in.
Welcome back into the second half of what has been so far an absolute aggressive series. At least in the first map of the first half, it's been quite an aggressive affair, but now as the sides are switched, still anything can happen. We've got True Rippers this time being forced on the aggressive page, which is going to be the attack, and now Reckoning Esports on the defense. But you can see Reckoning Esports, they're already looking to push out of the A-short area, which is going to be quite an interesting decision because they're about to be disrupted.
Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a fast one. And Deadly pulls a fast one on the Disrupt. Follow up from RU. Not successful. He does throw the high tight end, but it doesn't push Reckoning back at all. In fact, it encourages True Rippers to just deviate from that area and flood into the B-side together now. Twist playing on the back of that smoke. Somehow able to get much more done. He even almost kills Kazin. But Harsh, he's going to re-aggress from the elbow region once again. This time getting a bite with the Trailblazer. So much information available, and they know now that True Rippers have no choice but to push into its elbow. And Deadly's ready to receive this one. They're ready for the interception. Harsh with a double 2. And this is beautiful. The flashes, immaculate. RU discombobulated. And Harsh elevated. What a performance.
Reckoning Esports able to sweep that round under the rug, even though they have a lead. So that means True Rippers now, they're going to have a huge pressure building upon themselves because 8 rounds already on the board. Upcoming rounds going to make it a 9, and the chances of the opponents winning are quite high. But I'm not going to lie, recently these anti-eco rounds as well have been quite a tough one to win. We are seeing quite a lot of those thrifties being pulled out, and we're seeing Kazan back on the shorty. This is really good approach. I mean, considering how much value Kazan was able to find in the first half with that shorty, now I'm having some high hopes if Kazan's able to land those double satchels nicely enough.
We've been missing those satchels now, huh? In that entire first half, we didn't see Deadly dash in to do any of those crazy shenanigans. But he's doing plenty of those now.
And speak of that, Deadly's already started things off on a great note. Just handing out haircut right off the bat to his opponent. Not even giving him a chance to redeem himself after that one. But a good flash. Gonna force Woya back, but he still somehow managed to stay alive, but not anymore. As Disrupt got his hand onto that. Nicely done. Bloody hands. Disrupt wants to get the spike planted too. He knows there might be a spam coming in, so that's why that was a fake tap. And I like the thinking behind True Rippers or what they're trying to replicate over here. They've only got guns, but still, they've only got pistols in the hand, but still so far, they're able to show quite a lot of resistance against a team that has got some guns. And so far, True Rippers too, utilizing the maximum amount of brains, even once again going for the tap, and Vol Disrupt able to also get the traits down. Reckoning Esports, they cannot really afford to let the traits go just like that because the opponents now have finally got their hands on the Spectre.
Yeah, and they were waiting for Aryu's util to come up. They knew that there will be spams and invasions. That's why they were hesitating to plant.
30 seconds left.
And yeah, sure, their plans worked out. They wanted to bait the fights out, but they need to win them too, and Disrupt wins it. Oh my goodness, what a way to isolate.
Here. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
Trist and Wimp. One-on-one situation. Both are Brimstones and controllers of each team. They've got a lot on their shoulders, a huge burden, but unfortunately for Wimp, he's only got 23 HP left, and all it's gonna take is one single bullet to the body to seal the deal, and that's what he does. Reckoning Esports barely able to get that round secured, and I literally just mentioned before this round even started, recently these anti-eco rounds have been really tough to sweep under your rug. But somehow Reckoning Esports have managed to stay alive and get that one underneath their belt. But I really want to know if they're still going to be going for the bonus round or not. And I think so the answer is probably going to be no. You can see those light armors and Vandals and Phantoms on the board. You really do need those signature weapons if you're considering to give a tough fight to your opponent. But Deadly 10 with this immaculate start, it really felt like Reckoning Esports should have things under control. But then later on, things started to take a massive turn for bad for Reckoning Esports. But still a solid round from True Rippers, considering they have denied the entire bonus round for the opponents. So Reckoning Esports, now they're going to be thrown onto their feet. On the other hand, you can see even Deadly Tense pulled out the operator. That can be a massive surprise. An astonishing moment indeed for True Rippers. Let's see how they're going to decide to deal with that. And I guess the best way to deal with that is just completely avoid it. And yeah, they are starting to make their way towards the B site, but there's a crossfire being set up by the players of Reckoning Esports. Good leader, but it's not going to matter. Aryu with that shoulder peek will be able to shut down anyone that stands against him. And this time it's Warrior up. Techno able to get the second man down too. This should be an easy B site. Take in the hand. And now Flavin left all by himself in the close quarters to try and do anything to stop this take. Flavin pushing up close and personal against his opponents, but he's got a massive wave approaching him, and Disrupt's going to be the one to win that duel. Techno keeps on pushing forward as it's Reyna's best thing to do. If you're Reyna, gotta take those duels, gotta challenge him, and that's what he's trying to do. True Rippers easily, they've got things under control. You can see Deadly 10 still is all the way in the back because he does not want to risk his operator at all. That can be their win condition. And he makes sense too. Why does he not want to commit to this retake at all? And Deadly 10 once again left the last one on the naughty list. I highly doubt True Rippers would want to punish this guy. So Deadly 10 should be safe and sound. Should be safe and secure. Just trying to jump spot out. Deadly 10's position compromised. I'm not a huge fan of what's going on over here. This is so shaky. This is so bad, but a quick shot on a whip. Oh, this is classic Deadly for you. Unfortunately, Deadly didn't even get a chance to activate his operator. But finally, when he did in the final moments, it was a little too late. As now we've got 6-9. True Rippers finally able to get that one single round in the second half. That's the first round in the second half so far. Can it be proven as a momentum breaker? I highly doubt so.
Right there.
Hershey's got his Seekers ready. So that's a good news for Reckoning. He can use it to make sure where exactly the hit's coming to. And so far it seems like True Rippers really do want to take this one just quick enough against their opponents. And already you can see True Rippers, they've breached in so deep towards the U-Haul. Flabben's on the other side of the U-Haul. He's waiting for anyone to overcommit, and as soon as they do, Flabben should be able to, to put the lead in his opponent's dome and hand out some haircuts. Warrior try to disrespect the smoke, and he will be dealt with too. Aggressive situation is not exactly working out for them. Kazin in the close quarters will deal with his opponent with the shorties. These shorties are really proving out to be a massive pain in the foot for a lot of these teams. And True Rippers so far, they're just able to clean up anyone from Reckoning Esports. Once again, things under control. And Deadly 10 with the supreme weapon, the golden operator, in his hands. I highly doubt he's going to be able to get anything done. But yeah, these type of exit frags can definitely be added onto the list. But as I said, every time, whichever side Deadly 10's deciding to go, the hit's coming on the opposite side. So far, True Rippers have been successfully able to avoid that operator. And as I mentioned, that operator is supposed to be their win condition. And just because that operator is not really clicking that well, Deadly 10's just falling on top of his faces. And Reckoning Esports aren't able to get any value out of that operator. 3 ultimates up for the opponents. Seekers, Orbital Strike, and even Blade Storm. But that one single Reckoning in the hands of RU can change the entire course of the round. That can be a free side take.
Here.
And so far, as you can see, we've got True Rippers making their way out of the B site from the B long. This time they're trying to think their path. True Rippers, compared to all the other rounds that we've seen so far, this time they're really trying to think what they're trying to make here. Finally, Deadly 10 gets an opportunity to strike with his op. And this time it's going to be the Dome of Kazin. That falls apart, just cracks his skull open with that bullet. And now he's trying to hold off the angle. Nicely done. Techno goes down too. Anyone that stands against that operator will be dealt with. And he's made a stark statement with it. This time, True Rippers try to do the same thing. They tried to hit a site with full-on firepower, with a full-on unit. But this time, they get denied. And now it's all down to that one last man, RU. And nothing can be done with that, because you've got an entire firing squad of Reckoning that will shut you down. 7-10 being the scoreline. As True Rippers managing to get 7 rounds so far. And instantly you see a tactical timeout being pulled out, because so far it seemed like True Rippers were able to put a full stop to that momentum. But you're only able to put a full stop to that momentum if you're able to successfully avoid that operator from Deadly 10. If you're not able to avoid that operator, then this will be the exact course of the round. So first, they need to make sure exactly where Deadly 10's positioned. If they're able to know where Deadly 10 is, they can pretty much try to avoid the op completely and hit the opposite side. This is the best way, and this is the best route True Rippers can take for a victory in these rounds. On the other hand, for Deadly 10 to be on the right place on the right time, it indeed is going to be a tough task, a tough, daunting task to be asked. Yeah, this tactical timeout should definitely help out True Rippers on catching their breaths a little bit, because this game's been so exhausting so far. It's been quite a quick one too. Aggression's being shown from both the sides, and it's really tough to say still which team's going to be able to come through victorious, because the game's just been so unrecognizable. The patterns that we're seeing so far, it's really tough to say which team should come out on top. In general, this entire composition that we're seeing is just a unique one, and it's surprisingly enough, it's quite a mirror matchup too. And we literally said this in the pre-game segment too, that both these teams are one of the most innovative teams, one of the most experimentative teams, and they do not lack at all, they do not fear at all for making those experiments. But Trist shuts down Techno. Not a way True Rippers wanted to start this round off, but they've still got Kazin up and alive. Now, every single duty is on Kazin's shoulder to get his team that entry on the site. For True Rippers, this round is way much more than crucial. If they lose out this round, it has to be Eco in the upcoming. So this round's going to mean quite a lot for them. A good all-weather strike should give them the entry on the site. Reckoning was utilized too to get them at least forced off the site so far, so True Rippers, no way they're going to be able to sustain that site take. They will be stopped so far. Wimp 2 able to get It's rid of Flabin on the site. So that's a good thing. Deadly 10 once again looking to strike down with the operator. And I'm pretty sure Wimp knows exactly that there's a man in the back lines who teleported. But it doesn't seem like Wimp's interested at all in even challenging that fight.
30 seconds left.
Wimp's got too many angles to take care of, even his back and his front. So Wimp's sort of confused where exactly to look. But soon enough, Wimp's going to get backstabbed, so Wimp needs to take care of his backline soon enough. Because Deadly 10 is, you can see on the mini-map, he's creeping and crawling his way out towards that area. And, well, out of nowhere, within a blink of an eye, it's going to be a wrap-up.
My city needs me. I can.
11 rounds on the board for Reckoning Esports. One more read needed to make it a match point. So far, this game's been such a close one. And entertaining for sure.
There.
Do need a bit of moment of silence for True Rippers, considering the map of Find they had a massive hopes on. And it is the pick of Reckoning, so even if Reckoning do win this one out, I don't think so it's going to be that big of a shock or that big of a deal for True Rippers, considering they still have their map pick coming up in the future. But what worries me, that the upcoming map is the map of Lotus, where Reckoning Esports have proven themselves time and time. But as soon as I say that, Techno this time is going to take the fire against the opponents. Right off the bat, it's going to chop 2 players' bullets. And now you've got True Rippers once again having the side control easily in the hands. Deadly 10 able to get rid of the man in the close quarters. It's Woya actually who's able to land that bullet right in the dome of the opponent. And Reckoning Esports looking to fight back even stronger than ever before. But this duel of Shorty is going to be quite an interesting one as Woya comes out on top. And now Reckoning Esports out of nowhere, they flip the odds with them. And they're also going to get the retake done so nice and so easy and slick with that. Reckoning Esports doing some light work on their opponents, and they're already on the match point.
Match point. Come on.
One more round needed. And what did I just see on my screen? Hirsch pulling out an Odin? Oh, well, I guess Reckoning Esports really are looking forward to pull some incredible shenanigans off, and I'm down for that. Let's see how it's going to be utilizing that Odin. But if you're going to get a massive spray down with that gun, it's one of the most satisfying things to witness. Deadly 10 being aggressive on this up. Once again, look at that angle he's taking on top of the truck. Not exactly on top of the truck, but yeah, on top of the lamps. And I'm pretty sure the Trailblazer's going to be able to spot him out. Nice shots by Deadly 10. Lightning fast and quick enough to make sure that his opponent's not even going to get a chance to completely deal with him. And True Rippers once again able to open the floodgates, able to float on the site. Shorty pulled out, Deadly 10 in the close quarters too. This man's looking unstoppable. But so far, he's only able to get one, and True Rippers, they're going to keep on forcing their gun barrels down the opponent's throats, as that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen, from Reckoning Esports as they win the final round 2. And here we go, the victory dance from Flabin. What a map one. Indeed, it makes sense why Reckoning Esports chose that map, and that unique composition that chose too really just gave them that entire map as well. And Reckoning Esports were just a step ahead onto this map. It makes sense why this was their pick, and they came through victorious. They reigned victorious and supreme. As we have got True Rippers being lost on the first map, and you can see their faces too. They're not that satisfied with the outcome that they have. And considering it was a mirror matchup, True Rippers would have definitely expected for a little bit more closer matchup, maybe even a OT. What is Flabin doing there? It's interesting what he's doing exactly. But yeah, I always love the celebrations from this team, man. This team is definitely one of the most eye candy teams out there. But considering the fact that Reckoning Esports is able to kick things off on a great note inside this entire series, is going to give them such a massive advantage over their opponents. It's just going to add on a lot of things. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to push to a short break. We'll be right back.
Hit for my wings, I need my eggs. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the wings, I get it in.
Feeling under pressure. Feeling under
VCSA. I hope that we're going to be seeing Voya on some unique roles as well. But YouTube audience, welcome back to the second map of the VCSA of the series inside the elimination bracket. It's between Reckoning Esports and True Rippers on the map of Lotus, as we're going to move on forward and take a look at the Agent Select. And the Agent Select, as always, is going to be the classic one of the Harbor Viper composition with Deadly 10 as the jet. And if you do take a look at on the other side of True Rippers, they're only going to have that one single controller in the name of Omen. Are you? Now, this map is proven a lot of those times. I've seen also True Rippers in general play on this map too. As I said, it's really a tough call to make, but considering that True Rippers have picked this map against a team like Reckoning Esports, then I highly doubt that there's going to be any issues or any complaints left after this game. But we never know, anything can happen. Maybe Reckoning Esports can make this series 2-0 and absolutely astonish all of us and steal this victory away from True Rippers and move on forward in the round 2 of the lower bracket as we move on forward to the map of Lotus. And we still don't have my partner back. He's facing some technical difficulties, so yeah, you guys will have to listen to my voice. I've been carrying this entire segment so far. But yeah, as we're going to kick things off for the pistol round, Reckoning Esports on the defense and True Rippers on the attack. I'm really excited to see how this one's going to pan out. Considering True Rippers, or at least I would like to say that Reckoning Esports is one of those teams that like to play tactically, but considering how I saw the map of Bind, and I really need to rethink my words because both these teams were just aggressive, really aggressive, to the point it was even tough to sense a pattern on what exactly these teams wanted from each other. But this time, it's True Rippers really being aggressive against their opponents and trying to take the fight against them. And they're straight up going to try to stroll on the site. Hirsch is being spotted with a Frenzy in his hands. Battle needs to be taken right against him, but this time it's going to be the Frenzy to strike the opponents down. But the equal trades as well coming in from True Rippers. Nicely done by Disrupt to try and disrupt the flow of his opponents. So far, it's a 3-on-3 scenario, equally distributed on both the sides, and Techno and Disrupt looking to push up against their opponents. One player spotted in the name of Triss. Triss really needs to stay alive, but unfortunately Triss is going to be the one to go forward all by himself, and the battles, luckily enough for the opponents, are isolated. And look at this, True Rippers, they're going to rotate all the way from their spawn to the C site, and Voya, he's got no clue of what exactly is going on. He sort of did hear the footsteps though approaching the C site, so he should have some clue of what exactly is going to go down, and now he knows that it's a C site plant. Is making his way slowly and steadily. He knows that there should be someone lurking around, so he needs to check so many angles. Shots whiffed, and Whip capitalizes. Nicely done. First round in the hands of True Rippers. Well kicked off. The start, especially when those 2 kills falled off. Right off the bat, I thought really that Reckoning Esports should have got things under control, but then Disrupt comes in, and he strikes both of them down so easily enough. True Rippers able to get things rolling pretty nicely for them, having those Vandals, Guardians. They're pretty much going to have some light buys for themselves, as it's going to be an anti-eco for the opponent. You can never underestimate a team on the anti-ecos though, especially because we all know anti-ecos can be some of those rounds that can prove out to be quite huge. This time though, Reckoning Esports It's them taking the aggressive note against the players of True Rippers, pushing up all the way towards Rebel. Deadly 10's going to catch a bit of hurt onto himself. He's softened up just a little. As Wim's going to back out. And he's going to play a little bit pushed back. Laid back. Going to let the game speak for itself. Wim deciding to fall back right off the bat. And on the other hand, it's True Rippers approaching to the C site. Reckoning Esports. The players on the scene will have a lot to deal with, but you can see Trist is ready with the snake bite. As soon as any footsteps are heard approaching, he's probably going to try to put that snake bite in, and look at her, barely surviving on a sliver of health. But it's their opponent instead just rerouting towards the B site, and Reckoning Esports now, there's a high chance they probably will be able to punch him. But Voya unfortunately not able to find any kills, and Deadly 10 from the back's going to knock him. Trades happening back and forth equally enough. True Rippers, even their players are falling on top of their faces. Techno left all by himself on the site. Way too many angles to take care from. Hirsch solo. It's a 2-on-3 scenario, but still Flabin's able to strike the player down in the front. And this is getting way too close. True Rippers, they need to do something. They need to pull out some last-minute mind games.
10 seconds left.
And it's really the struggle and the fear in these anti-eco rounds that it's not making these teams have a fluid around in their hands in general. Hirsch does not have a lot of HP, so I'm not really going to expect a lot from him, but Flabin's got his hands on the Vandal. And that should not be good news for the opponents, True Rippers. Because they've got a big, bad boy walking on the way. Walking against them, but as soon as that little glimmer spotted, Kazan will capitalize. True Rippers, another round on the board. 2 rounds back to back, but still a solid bonus round. Or still a solid eco round, I would say. From Reckoning Esports, able to get 3 guns away from the opponents. That means a bonus round denied. And all you can see instantly, Reckoning Esports 2 with the light armors and the Vandals and the Phantoms. Signature guns out. Techno, though, is only going to invest into a Stinger. Interesting stuff. I guess they still do want to play on a bonus round. Yeah, True Rippers, they're not going to back out. Instead, they're going to continue to play on a bonus. They've got heavy expectations from this round. Let's see how much they will be able to get in general. Because of the wall, they've got no clue exactly how the players are positioned towards Rubble. So True Rippers will need to approach quite safe and sound and carefully enough. Kazan with the short, he has pushed up so deep all the way to almost towards their spawn, but he's probably going to take that control and be happy with it, not being too greedy. On the other hand, Reckoning Esports being forced to think quickly enough. Deadly 10 able to get that entry nicely. Wimp shut down, and now Kazan's got a huge wave of enemies just approaching him. This bonus round so far is not really working out that well for them, but Ryu is now left all by himself, and he cannot deal with the opponents at all. He falls down too. 3 rounds back to back, and Reckoning Esports doing a fantastic job so far. This spy round was needed, and Reckoning Esports win that, but still, it's not going to affect a lot for True Rippers because they're going to keep on continuing playing around, playing in the future. Tactical timeout being called. So yeah, let's see what these talks are going to be coming out, because considering True Rippers, they had a good start. They had a good kick start for themselves, and now that Reckoning Esports is able to win that bye round, True Rippers should be questioning what exactly went wrong there. But still, it shouldn't be that much of a huge point of concern, considering the game's just started. So yeah, still a close call, that's for sure. I really wonder what type of talks are going on between these coaches. But what's for sure, that Reckoning Esports is having a good time playing this game. And why not? When you know that you've got a map lead, when you know the opponent isn't even able to do a lot of things against you so far, and in the upcoming game too, it seems like you have gotten the control in the hands. So that's all you're gonna need. Good paint shells. Gonna force Triss back. And this time it's True Rippers taking the heat right off the bat to the opponents. This round's gonna mean quite a lot. If True Rippers not able to win this round, they will be forced back on default settings. That means the eco too will be falling a little bit short, but True Rippers, they've already managed to place their foot on the C site. Not a good news for them. Flavin try to push in with the help of the wall, but he will be denied instantly too. True Rippers, nicely done so far. They're able to position themselves pretty well enough inside the post-plant scenarios. Way too close. That fight was, but in the end, Hirsch was able to come out on top. It's a 3-on-4. It is doable, but Revenant Esports needs to make sure these mistakes that they've been making so far, they cannot be made anymore. Voya able to float onto the site with the help of his teammate. But they've got so many angles to take care of as Techno is able to get one. That's a good trade for the side of True Rippers. Deadly 10 from the flank angle is able to get one of his own. Now it's a 2-on-2 scenario. It's doable. Good showstopper. Not exactly showstopper. Rolling Thunder and Disrupt able to clean things off too. Nicely done. True Rippers. Third round on the belt, but they invested a lot onto that round too, so you cannot ignore that. That Rolling Thunder being invested by Disrupt. Massive investment. And that was quite a panic one too. Disrupt knew that he's got no other choice. If they really do win this round, he needs to use it right here, right now, and get himself an upper edge inside that duel. And he got it too. So in general, for True Rippers, all that mattered was to get that round in the hand.
Placing swarm grenade.
Deadly 10's position compromised. Shots caught. Kazin 2 in the back lines. Still massive question marks. Exactly. Don't know what to do. Are you once again outside B, just lurking around? Haven't found that spot just yet. 3-1 being the scoreline. Reckoning Esports only being able to squeeze that one single round in. And now this time they are the one on the delicate situation inside the credits. While True Rippers, even they are quite humble when it comes to the economy.
I've got your trail.
And Voya able to kickstart things nicely. Showstopper used to gain some sort of map control and also some sort of space on the map. Nicely done. They've also gotten the A side control. Deadly 10 looking to do anything possible. Now this is where a desperate time, desperate measure kicks in. Reckoning utilized as well. So much space being denied for True Rippers. And now this is where it's an absolute mayday call being made. Chaotic situations all across the board, but in the end, it's Reckoning Esports all the time. Whenever it's looking chaotic, it's Reckoning Esports who've got things under control, and they're able to deal with it nicely enough. Another round secured for them. And now True Rippers, their economy is going to be shattered. An eco round from them. But with this eco round, True Rippers will also need to make sure that they should be able to hit as many bodies as possible to keep their opponent's economy humble. But this time you can see True Rippers, they're trying to push towards the C site. And the KJ setup is on the beat. As Crips likes to call it, it's a microwave setup, so it will be a tough task to pass on to the B site. But this, once again, it's True Rippers at least showcasing their presence heavily towards the C. Once they were able to get their hands on the C site easily enough, as Kazan managed to creep and crawl way deep into C. But I highly doubt it's going to be as easy as it was in the last time. Snake bites out. Trailblazer's going to be able to spot the first man, and look at Kazan. He tried to take the fight against Triss, but Triss lands that crucial bullet onto Kazan's dome. And Kazan catches a haircut. As Reckoning Esports, they have managed to defend, or at least hold the grounds onto the C side so far. True Rippers, they will probably need to rethink their decisions once again, and that's what they're doing. They aren't really trying to force things just yet, but a good shot from Disrupt is going to soften his opponent up. Hirsch, way too low for comfort. Only 17 HP left over. There's a Marshall in hands of Techno. Triss still on the opposite side, still somehow managing to stay alive, and he's going to spoil the entire sport for his opponent. Reckoning Esports able to get this round victory to 3-3, able to tie things up. This map of Lotus is going to be a close affair. I can already tell that. Even a Viper's Pit is available in the hands of Triss, so add on to that even more. Lockdown and the Viper's Pit ready. True Rippers, they've got their hands on the lockdown. That means a free side take for them. But this time you can see that setup being changed as well off the Killjoy. Voya is really being quite versatile with those setups. He's not just sticking to that one single side with the KJ setup. Instead, he's switching things around. And I like that. And you can see instantly Reckoning Esports being aggressive out from the B site. These switch-ups are really probably going to catch the players of True Rippers off guard, because you never know where exactly the KJ setup is going to be. Nano Swarms reactivated at the right time. That's going to delay the push for a little bit more. Hirsch able to squeeze all the way deep in the back lines too. And look at Voya just lining up bodies on top of each other. It's an absolute graveyard on the A site. The spike goes down too, and True Rippers not able to find the reply. As I said, this setup change that's coming in from Voya is really starting to catch the players of True Rippers off guard, and it's really starting to be a huge pain for them. They did not even get a chance to utilize that lockdown. And once again, the economy is going to speak for itself, as True Rippers is going to be forced back to eco. On the other hand, Deadly 10 will get his hands on the operator, just like the previous map of Bind. I do understand this map has 3 sides, but still, Deadly 10's operator inside these type of circumstances is going to be their winning condition. It's going to be their win condition. Voya, once again with the lockdown, going to try to keep things slow and safe. That was a really good trailblazer spotted for the players. The majority of the presence is given away, and you can see instantly the players of Reckoning Esports starting to be aggressive on the opposite side, and the op's going to start to click in. They're locked over here towards the C side, cannot even go anywhere else. True Rippers, the presence spotted outside C. So many problems at the same time approaching, and True Rippers, they've got no other option than to breach inside the site. As they try to do so, the players are going to start falling on top of each other, but still, the Sheriffs are somehow able to find those replies. Lockdown still available in the hands of Wimp, and he still haven't used it just yet. Makes sense too. True Rippers, they haven't really got the confirmation just yet if they're going to be able to do anything or not. But now Wimp, with only 16 HP, has got a world of trouble approaching him, and he will be dealt with. Secured and cleaned up just like that.
Are they us? I have so many questions.
Reckoning Esports, just like the previous map, once again able to get the lead. Whenever things turn out to be chaotic, it's surprising how Reckoning Esports is always able to sit in the driving seat and divert and direct those chaotic circumstances into their favor. It indeed really is quite fascinating. And once again, okay, you know what? I need to cut my words because, you know what, guys? Guess who's back? CA is back up in this building, boys. Now, I know it's been quite a long time since you guys have seen me and CA. It's back in the VCC days. It's been years now. But CA, welcome, my boy. Welcome back to the casting desk. How does it feel?
Thanks, my guy. It feels interesting. I'd say definitely. It wasn't how I was envisioning my day going today. But hey, I love myself a good throwback, you know, and talking about throwbacks, it seems like Reckoning are trying to throw it back to their split one miracle run, trying to make something happen in this lower bracket. And quite interesting because I will say I have very strong opinions about these comps. 100% prefer the double controller on Lotus, and already you can see Reckoning making good work of it. But I'll let you catch me up with what else True Rippers and Reckoning have been duking out with each other.
I mean, look, one thing, the massive change, I mean, the massive thing that I've been seeing so far, but okay, I'm going to eat my words for now, as Kaysen somehow is able to return back the favor to the players of Reckoning Esports and able to get 2 of his own. So one thing that I've been noticing so far is the switch up between the KJ setups that we're seeing from Reckoning Esports. They're really just they're really just switching the KJ setup, sometime on the A side, sometime on B, and sometimes on the C too. So that's something that's really catching the players of True Rippers off guard. And whenever you see a Deadly 10 pulling out the operator, that is their main win condition. If they're able to avoid Deadly 10's off, that means there's a high chance they're probably going to win the round. But if they're not able to avoid that, the Deadly 10 should be able to rip them apart to pieces. But so far, it's Reckoning Esports and even True Rippers ripping each other apart. It's quite a close call.
comes down to a 1v1. It is Techno supremacy all the way. A crucial round picked up for True Rippers because you can see their economy was feeling the burn from the last few rounds, and pulling off the 5-4 again brings back the topic towards this map itself, where really, in my opinion, it's that key side, the attacking side, where you want to be able to leverage your composition, especially if you're playing the double initiator Breed Sky lineup. So True Rippers, they need every single round they can get off the back here, and to see the two of the youngest players in Kaizen and Techno effectively secure the round, Kaizen with a 2k first and Techno with a clutch, well, I must say that lights my heart up.
I mean, Kaizen as well. It's Deadly 10 on the opposite side, and it's Kaizen on the side of True Rippers. These two players, man, you really need to watch out from them. You never know when they're going to be showing their heroic stances. As Deadly 10 is going to go for that aggressive page with the operator, and it's going to be a collateral. Able to get both of them with that single bullet, and then Revenant Esports, once again, out of nowhere, they're able to bounce back into action. They're able to spring themselves back into life. This Deadly 10's operator going to get capitalized, but then even Disrupt's able to get two of his own.
Though doesn't have an idea of where to just around the corner. As for the flash, and in the waterfall, it's just a stream of blood instead. Down to a 2v2, should have the opportunity to plant, but he pushes out a little too far, and that will put Disrupt in a bit of an impossible position here, Necro. He's managed to find timing though, sneaks away from the dog. He's not been spotted out, and he's trying to make his way to B, knows exactly where the sky is, but he still needs to isolate the 1v1s. Instead, just goes for the plant, knows that he has one on his flank and one right behind him. Disrupt with some insane decision making to make over here to try and pull off this clutch, and all he has is a flash on a stun.
Isolating the duels is the way to go. He's clearly being outnumbered, but Disrupt is one of those players that you can heavily rely on in these type of moments too. Such a consistent player, a good blind, but not in time exactly. Hirsch able to dodge that perfectly. Revenant Esports, in the end, they play that well enough so that they're able to secure the round two. I always think this is an attacker-sided map, and considering the composition True Rippers have, they should be favored highly in the attacking side too, but so far, things have been not working out in their court.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you run the loud comp, as I like to call it, the Viper Harbor composition. It's a lot easier to default on the attacking side to bait out the breach stun, to bait out the raise nade, to bait out that utility that really prevents you from going from direct executes. And then the really strong part about the comp is that then you can go for the executes whenever you want. It's not like a Haven Sova breach comp where if you're defaulting with a stun and a recon, you cannot go till you get your cooldown back. This comp does not rely on any cooldowns. The dog always available to turn the pace up. So True Rippers, they need to find some miracles, and Kaizen once again trying to do exactly that with the Marshal. Not able to find anything just yet. He's just gonna get shut down, and Revenant able to stabilize this time.
Good first opening though. I mean, still, it is broken buys in the hands of the opponent, so yeah, the problem continues for True Rippers. But this window of opportunity should be found right here, right now. It doesn't matter even if they're having the weapons disadvantage, they need to do something. But as I said, if you're not able to avoid the operator of Deadly 10, it's going to rip you apart. And that's what happens once again. What a lightning fast shot. Deadly 10 with this electrifying gameplay. True Rippers, they don't even stand a chance against this player. And that last one should be confirmed as well soon enough. Ooh, those are two quick taps though, even from Wimp. But yeah, it's not going to matter.
Deadly 10 playing some casual duck hunt. Pop, 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 easy peasy. He's able to get himself a quick 3k and ensure the lead for Reckoning now with his 7-4 scoreline. Still, we always have known that 7-5, A4 can make the biggest of difference, not just mathematically, but really I think at this point, considering the fact that it's a lower bracket run, it's all about that mental edge that either of these teams might have. True Rippers, but truly they're back against the wall. Not just in the lower bracket, but also since they've lost that first map, they've got to make it count, and they need to start right here, right now. The Rolling Thunder, the Raze ultimate available. They're just going in for a hard execute, and look at Trist, he's stuck in the smoke. He's managed to catch them up. Oh, he's gonna find his one, and they will thank their lords that all he's able to find his one, because now they get the site, they get the 2-for-2 trade, and in the 3v3 post plan, they're gonna have to care for the fight.
Yeah, they've also got the Seekers approaching them, so they're pretty much going to give the maximum amount of players position. And if you've got Deadly 10 just hitting shots on all the cylinders, it's going to be tough to avoid him. Techno once again left the last man standing inside this clutch situations. Now look, the only way True Rippers can have this run going for them, if Techno's able to pull off a miraculous play, that is too much to ask for in a situation like this, but maybe he will. So many shots were missed by Reckoning, but in the end they're able to get things under control. It's an 8-4 half. Oh man.
My heartbeat, like my blood pressure just went up. I saw them almost lining up there, Reckoning, and I was like, oh no! They did not line up. It's all good. And essentially, it means that Reckoning reacting fast enough there, Necro, ensuring the flank is there, able to get it through.
Yeah, exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for the first half. We'll be right back with the second half after this break.
Hit for my wings, I need my ends. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
Bro, fridge meat के लिए, heat के लिए नहीं. Bro, this graphics card is making my frames drop. Come with me if you want to game.
The all-new Omen 16 with advanced Tempest cooling technology, now with 5 heat pipes and 4 thermal outlets. The Omen 16 with 12th Gen Intel Core i7 processor to make you forget your frame drops.
Now that's cool.
Game on with Tempest cooling.
Presenting Hyundai i20 N-Line. It's time to play.
Yes, I'm a Gen Z. Or should I say, the Gen X. And I don't let fear hold me back from doing anything. I choose to move fearlessly to it all.
Hey buddy, we need you to trim your beard for this next scene.
What? Okay, fine, I'll admit it. I move fearlessly in most things, but I draw the line here. What if I Nico cut myself?
Try this.
Phillips.
Hit for my wings, I need my ends. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the second half of this electrifying game so far on the map Lotus. Now, at least as we considered, or at least as we thought, that True Ripper should have a fantastic opening with the attacking side they have and also the lineup they have chosen for this map, but that's not the case. Instead, it's the opponent who have got a massive lead and a cushion for them. So it already seems like a date with Destiny.
Indeed. And Destiny isn't exactly fair. Destiny rewards the ones who work hard, and that's exactly what Reckoning have to do right now. The match isn't over. Most definitely, they're gonna have to make sure that they start off strong with the pistol, not allow that comeback to be facilitated. But True Rippers already, the idea of that double initiator, being able to force control, trying to take up that A-long, they have the double, but Reckoning, they're almost expecting this. We're waiting for this, gonna use the Trailblazer to clear it out. Aim shot to deny, it's all about this fight, and True Ripper is able to hold on for dear life. They get that pick and force Reckoning back. That's a costly one. No Trailblazer to execute. Reckoning just blind gambling now onto the B side.
Well, let's see. Well, I mean, at least they found the B side completely open. RU was going for a couple of spam, trying to soften some players up, but so far it doesn't seem like the case at all. Reckoning Esports being caught in such tricky shoes. They're starting to fall apart. I don't exactly like this extension they're trying to showcase towards the waterfall area, but they also need to get out of the deadlock, so it makes a lot of sense why they're trying to pull this one. But somehow, some way, they are able to manage to, or they have managed to creep all the way deep inside C. Spike plant goes down too. Tristan's going to be the one, or at least the key player, to stay alive inside this entire scenario. It's a 2-on-3. Definitely quite a tough ask but still, it is doable. It is pullable. And as you can see,
choose
Voya
to
enters.
Last player standing.
Yeah, they have doubled up, but the defuse is being stuck. Finally, Voya is able to deny it.
I mean, fundamentally, I definitely get the idea, but as you can see, it allows True Rippers to just focus on one point. In a 3v2, they're focused completely towards Waterfall. The fights are essentially asking for a miracle. I would have liked to see the Viper maybe stay back towards CT and try to get a pick, play that tiki-taka almost, where both players are bouncing off of each other and not necessarily playing it together. But hey, fundamentally, I do get the idea. You want to double up always in the post plant and try to stick together. And that was a difficult round altogether. But I think that round just spells what we're going to be seeing throughout this half. The idea of Reckoning here, defaulting, slowly trying to understand the control that True Rippers are taking and taking it back from them. But slow doesn't seem to be the name of the game when they've got just an eco. Deadly! Aye. He's going to regret missing those shots.
Happens sometimes, though. You know what?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. It happens sometimes. Deadly's been doing quite a lot of great carrying so far, so we can let one of those moments slide. But at least Warrior's got things under control. He's got things in check as he's gonna redeem his teammate with that Marshall kill. And True Rippers once again are you left in quite a tricky spot to back away from. Good paranoia. Gonna at least suppress the push for a while, but the plant eventually goes down. Reckoning Esports, they've got an entire wave of enemies just approaching them. Disrupt with the stun too is going to utilize that in the perfect timing. Nicely done. Disrupt able to make sure that anyone that stands against him will fall down and the graves will be dug. Boya with the classic right kill. The best gun in the game. But eventually, Wimp will scoop things under the rug.
And look at that cheeky smile on Wimp's face. He knows how close that round came down to. He knows exactly what could have gone wrong if that eco had been a thrifty instead for Reckoning. The comeback hopes completely doused, no chance of True Rippers pulling it through, but boy, I must say, finding the perfect timing right there, the first classic shot, making sure he's able to then catch the Omen off guard to get the second, and what this has done is completely destroyed the True Rippers economy here, Necro. They're gonna play a bonus, but their bonus more looking like an eco.
It is. Sheriffs and that only one single Bulldog. Even the armors, there's 2 light armors available and 1 full, but it's still not going to make a massive impact whatsoever. Reckoning Esports, well, they've got Flavin on the aggressive foot so far, as they've got the superior weaponry, signature guns, and they have all the odds stacked with them. The True Rippers, on the other hand, this round is pretty much left on a massive miracle and some heroic showcasing if they're able to do so. But this fake rotation being forced out, this is nice by Reckoning Esports. That fake presence towards C sort of managed to work out, and now look at them just walking slowly and steadily towards rubble.
I mean, I think True Rippers at that point, the IGL just making a gamble call. It is an eco at the end of the day, so just deciding to stack that C and hoping they push it through, which they aren't going to do. Reckoning realizing that that's stacked very likely wherever they should. The presence first, so they rotate back to that A site, and now it's just down to playing for exits for True Rippers, making sure they don't necessarily give away too many ult orbs, or especially Flavin or Trist, who are closing towards the ultimates respectively, and doing as much damage as they can. And as I say that, Reckoning actually commit that ultimate. I think it's just because Reckoning are not sure if True Rippers went for the buy or the eco in this round, so just expecting that possibility.
Boy up. But to get that kill on occasion, that can be a massive opening if you look at it. But then you've got True Rippers with no other option than to just flood onto the site. But a good stun. The timing's going to work out perfectly well. Disrupt able to shut the man down in the front. But Woya, this timing that he's got is quite an insane one. Are you in the back lines? Maybe we'll just be able to shut down Woya. Trades happen back and forth, but in the favor of Reckoning Esports. Nicely done. Reckoning able to secure that round. That's going to give them one more round lead ahead of the players, the True Rippers. But now this is where they will be tested to the fullest potential, as both the teams are going to have the equal amount of weaponry, but still a little bit of disadvantage if you look at the side of Reckoning Esports, considering they have gambled up on the shields.
Whereas like this insane wolf, he's just able to smell out the opponent's presence. He's found timing 2 rounds in a row right now. It's crucial, really, for that killjoy in that first line. But hey, it's the buy downs that really will spell the tale of how this half will go. Reckoning once again on their standard default, taking up that C control, finding an ultimate off for free, and look at the amount of space they're able to get. But they're actually committing off of this time around, changing up their call. Deadly's got the space. They're still waiting for that reaction. Don't necessarily want to force it, and with no reaction, they realize they've got Cypher free. But that means True Rippers already ready for that fast retake, looking to flood out of CT and waterfall with a flank coming in from Techno.
Yeah, Voya with Lurk 2 on to B was also able to create a little bit more paranoid situation for the opponents. So you can see them approaching the site so well and so cautiously. And Reckoning Esports able to situate themselves into the post-plan scenario so easily enough. The Nana Swarm 2 to burn through a lot of time. And True Rippers, with only 2 players left alive, they haven't really got a lot of gunpowder to back them up. These 2 players will need to these 2 players are going to mean world for them. And Disrupt once again pushing up against the odds, against the enemies, able to line 2 of them up, and unfortunately for him, did not expect the 3rd man over there too. There were 4 players on the main side.
Yeah, and it's really that paranoia caused by Voya early that has him turning around, wondering if there is a late flank coming through, wondering, hey, what's going on? And a technical pause called out. I wonder if that was a bit of a headphone, earphone issue maybe. We'll find out eventually, but again, you can see the strength of that Wiper Harbor setup here. They do the same default every single round, but how they actually proceed with the default is where True Rippers really have to make the right call. If they fast rotate, Reckoning happily able to get onto the ace side. If they don't rotate fast enough, Reckoning happy to play the post plan. So with the question there on either side, how does True Rippers answer this?
A lot of questions though, that's for sure. True Rippers should have gotten a lead in the attacking side. That's a thing for sure secured. We all have been talking about how Lotus just pretty much gives a massive advantage to the attackers, and with the composition True Rippers had, I personally thought that they should be able to get at least a promising lead over the players of Reckoning Esports, but no, instead that was not the case. Reckoning, somehow they were able to keep things intact, in control on the defending side too, and now in attack as well. They're slowly and steadily progressing on forward. Yeah, True Rippers, they're trying their best to make Reckoning Esports struggle and give them a run for their money, but you also got to understand the fact that, as I said in the pregame segment too, the room for error is way too low. One small mistake and you will be kicked out of this tournament. And so far, True Rippers, it seems like they've already made it.
Seems like it, but what you may see at the front is not actually necessarily the reality. True Rippers, they've shown their mettle before, you know. They've shown their capability to pull off insane comebacks. I still remember they got absolutely smacked 13-1 just to pull off that reverse sweep and come back all the way through. So this team has proven time and time again that they've got the ability, they've got the leadership in them to keep a strong backbone and keep a strong mental. So hey, I'm not gonna count them out just yet, but most definitely, like, playing against that double controller means you now have to start adapting, and I actually want to see True Rippers playing aggressively. The double control is crucial. You get the race sky up rubble, it allows you to play much slower on your rotations and gives your anchors towards C a lot more information. They cannot make the A rotation fast enough if you have the double control, so getting that early double control, that will help them out, but it's not something they can do time and time again. They're gonna have to be varied in their setups. They're gonna have to switch it up. Just like you said, Reckoning did earlier in their own defensive half. You need versatility on Lotus, otherwise it's not gonna work out.
True that. True that. You cannot keep on repeating the similar pattern, then it would just be like the rounds being served on a silver platter to the opponents. They won't even need to do that much amount of study to read you easily inside the rounds too. But yeah, I mean, you can take a look at these highlights as well, right? Things are being quite back and forth, to be honest, but at the end of the day, what matters is who's going to come out on top in those rounds. And Reckoning Esports in the first half as well, they have been the one to get things under control, and now even in the bye rounds on the second half, it seems like Reckoning Esports once again, they have managed to keep things in check for themselves. True Rippers, on the other hand, I mean, as you said, definitely some improvements can be done from their side. I want to see them a little bit more proactive. As you mentioned, mentioned that rubble control as well can be such an important part for you. If you're going to have your players already set up towards rubble, that means there's a high chance that the team on the attacking side, they will be narrowed down to just 2 sides, because you will pretty much have that one security that, okay, we have a couple of players pushed up, or at least 2 players pushed up towards rubble. So that means the only leftover sides are B and C. So the rest of the players will need to take care of those sides. But once again, it's really tough to know what exactly is going to happen, because it's really been these type of it's really been these type of duels that's been making a massive impact.
Oh, absolutely. And look, at the end of the day, we can talk map control all we want. It's going to be which players are confident enough to take certain fights and pull off the victory for their respective teams that is going to decide how it goes. But the teams have got quite a bit of time to reset. Any hints of momentum that Reckoning may have had possibly just flown away right now, and they're gonna have to make sure they stay calm. In these moments, really, players can get into that tendency where they start overthinking, start overheating, and that's where like the comeback really begins. So for Reckoning, it's all about just maintaining the status quo, maintaining that strength, and
For my wings, I need my eggs. This life is real. Can't play pretend. Came off the bench. I get it in.
पता है ना तीखा खाने से क्या होता है? बर्निंग हो जाती है, बर्निंग. First of all, disturb. My English is not that good. If I screw it up, forgive me. Just try to ignore. Okay? Try to read lips. Lips. अबे पप्पी नहीं. सब एवरीवन, कैसे हैं आप सब? मेरा नाम है क्रैट और मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूं बूम बॉट्स में. इस सेगमेंट में मैं प्लेयर्स को बुलाता हूं और परेशान करता हूं. मतलब उनको ऐसा लगेगा कि इससे अच्छा तुम दीवार पे सर मार लो. बट आज के सेगमेंट में हमारे पास है पिक्सल एंड डिसरप्ट. आई वांट यू गाइस टू लुक इन दिस कैमरा एंड एटलीस्ट टेल योर ऑडियंस, नो, हु आर यू? गिव योर इंट्रोडक्शन प्लीज.
Hi, I'm Disrupt. My real name is Nerius Lico. I live in the Philippines. I play flex role for True Reefers.
Hello, I'm Pixels and I'm known for eating 20 missile power plates at once.
ये एक अचीवमेंट है. ये अचीवमेंट सबकी होनी चाहिए. मिसल पाव बहुत तीखा ना होए.
कुछ जगहों पे, कुछ जगह.
पता है ना तीखा खाने से क्या होता है? बर्निंग हो जाती है, बर्निंग. बट नेवर माइंड, यू नो द रूल्स. दिस इज विस्पर चैलेंज. वही चैलेंज है तो रूल्स भी होंगे. रूल सिंपल है काफी. 2 प्लेयर्स हैं, एक प्लेयर हेडफोन पहन के रखेगा, उसमें गाने चला देंगे फुल वॉल्यूम पे. उसको दुनियादारी का कुछ नहीं सुनाई देने वाला. अब मैं एक वर्ड बोलूंगा, उसको गेस करने का है. उसकी मदद उसका साथ वाला कर सकता है. अगर वो 2 से 3 ट्राई गलत दे देता है तो अब एंड ऑफ द डे जीत तो ऐसी है कि भाई दोनों को अगेंस्ट एक दूसरे के लड़ना ही लड़ना है. अब देखते हैं कि कितनी मदद करते हैं एक दूसरे की या गड्ढे में गिरा देंगे. तो चालू करते हैं. अब डिसाइड कैसे करें कि कौन पहले जाएगा? हमारे देश में एक प्रथा रही हमेशा से कि हम टॉस करते हैं, बट हम लक्ष्मी के साथ नहीं खेलेंगे. हम खेलेंगे हमारा नेशनल गेम, दैट इज रॉक पेपर सीजर. यू नो हाउ टू प्ले रॉक पेपर सीजर? ठीक है. सो आई विल सिंग, यू विल डू इट. रॉक पेपर सीजर. सो ही वॉन. पिक्सल गेट्स टू डिसाइड हु विल गो फर्स्ट. पिक्सल, आप क्या कहना चाहते हो?
Disrupt first.
Disrupt will wear headphones first,
yeah, first.
and you will help him.
Yep.
Blade storm. Blade storm. Try to read lips. Lips. अबे पप्पी नहीं. Blade storm.
I'll help.
ये होता है एक सपोर्ट प्लेयर इंस्टेंटली मदद करने के लिए आ गए यहाँ पे. ये ताश के पत्ते की बात है यहाँ पे.
Jet knives.
You can show the camera. This is a hint.
Jet knives.
You are around.
Jet. Ultimate. Kunai.
Apex Legend में है कुनाई रेत का आइटम. Dude, you play this hero. Man, ये बंदा खेलता है. पहला गेम खेला इससे. खतरे में है ट्रू रिपर्स का भविष्य. Time over. Time over. No. Over. Now you gave wrong answer. Blade storm.
Blade storm.
Oh yes.
I don't know the names of the utilities.
Second word. Showstopper. Showstopper. What's the word?
Showstopper.
Oh yes. Third. Riot games.
Riot. Riot. Riot games.
Yeah. Oh yeah. B main. B main.
What?
कान पकड़ ले ऐसे करके. इसे ना हो पाए हमसे.
मैं ड्रॉ कर सकता हूँ.
हाँ कर ले. बहुत ही वाहियात ड्राइंग.
Came for my wings, I need my ends. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully the technical issues are resolved, because I really just want to deep dive inside the game and find out what the outcome's going to be like. Because, man, this is the elimination bracket, dude. And any of these teams, if they get eliminated, it's going to be a massive heartbreak. But it is about to happen no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. I think not just heartbreak, right? Given the fact that we're still very much only halfway across the year, this is the end of the journey for a lot of these Valorant pros if they're not able to continue their run into Ascension. And Ascension itself is a far, far objective right now. It's just about staying alive, about giving themselves another chance and keeping themselves alive in this tournament and giving their very best. And we'll have to see who's able to pull it through. Seems like the technical issues are sorted. We've got the fist bumps coming out as the players get their focus back on, get ready to get back into game, and hopefully we'll do just that in a moment. But as we get back into game, Necro, we were talking about those players, about how they're able to pull it through. We're back towards that buy down, and once again, Reckoning gonna start with that C default, and it looks like True Rippers have got the same idea that we discussed in the first place. They've got the breach holding the stun, looking to take that rubble.
One round has been reversed. The scoreline was 10-6.
Oh.
So I guess that round in itself, something happened there, which we got no clue. So I think we'll be able to find that out later on in the future. But that one round has been reversed, and even those technical timeouts, we all know it can prove out to be a massive momentum breaker. So let's see if that has affected Reckoning Esports or not, considering one round's being cut away from their account. So that should definitely be a massive sting to the heart.
Either way, once again, back towards that buy down. Are you on the Judge, interestingly enough, holding that close B, allowing the breach to play that fast rotation? But it seems like rather than keep the double control, they fake the double control, and they want True Rippers to show themselves around the map. So while True Rippers took that initial C control, they're back towards the A now, clearing it out the rubble. And this gives... Reckoning clearing out the rubble, and this gives True Rippers enough information, Necro here, to make those rotations happen. But still, man, just one person on stairs, one person on A side, not enough to hold it through. So you can see that Breach's life is effectively a marathon. Run here, run there, run everywhere.
Oh, argue with the Judge, though, is making things a little difficult. And now finally, Trist able to get one. A good trade from the side of Trist, but you can also call it a bait. But completely works out inside a game, inside a tournament. Flabin's going to be able to get the plant down too, but he's not really got a lot of HP left over. So that means Flabin, at this point in time, he should be the sacrificial lamb for his teammates to get a secure trade done. Trist, once again, going to stay outside the site. Going to try to catch at least someone off guard with the off angle that he's going to try to put up with. But a good shot from Wimp's going to be able to seal the deal onto him. Flabin now is going to be the last man left alive with not a lot of HP left over. Disrupt looking in that exact direction. Oh, that could have been way too close, but Wimp is there to save the day.
Wimp has been sharp today with his aim. Continuously leading the charge on those retakes all the way back to that one round where he almost hit the Sheriff 2-tap on two players, and they were able to get the round through. Now on this round, ensuring that it wasn't an absolute disaster, and the post plan for Reckoning did not work out. With Reckoning just getting their first buy in that last round, once again, their economy in shambles. They should be able to afford a couple of Vandals courtesy of the Light Shield strat, but we'll have to see how it works out. I am surprised though, like, I don't see more of the True Rippers players picking up Phantoms. Judges, sure, it makes sense, but when you know a team like Reckoning loves to run that Light Shield strat, you gotta stop becoming Phantom players.
Yeah. Look at the amount of ultimates True Rippers have. They've got Seekers, From the Shadows, Rolling Thunder. It's like a free site take. The retake is going to be a piece of cake for them if they just pour every single ultimate left over on the books. And look at Argue on the other side of this door. He's just waiting for the opponents to break it. And as soon as he's going to hear that, they're probably going to decide to flood in. And as I said, this ultimate's used with the perfect timing. A good read from True Rippers. But even the opponents, Reckoning Esports, are trying their best to give a tough fight. But it's not going to be enough.
Love the proactivity. True Rippers deciding that they don't want to wait around for Reckoning to make their move, take matters into their own hands, and boy oh boy does it pay off. That ultimate combo, the Rolling Thunder with the Judge coming out towards the A-Link. It could have been disaster if all Reckoning did there was fake, but True Rippers with the perfect read. They understand that Reckoning so far, they've shown us that they like to burst, that they like to play towards that post plant, and using that read to make that proactive play, able to secure a round, and more importantly, perhaps Necro here, force an early timeout out of Reckoning's coach. Now, an early timeout means he only gets to make the adaptation now, and it's really up to Rabbit to make this timeout not count. Maybe predict what adaptation may come through and get True Rippers back on that train, the choo-choo comeback train, and get the fans hyped as well if they can.
I mean, I'm just thinking about Reckoning Esports, and that round was reversed. I don't know what happened there, man.
Yeah, I'm
One
curious.
thing's for
Like, was
sure.
it, maybe it was like a player disconnecting or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, that's what it was. I think it was Argue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It was Argue. I was just hearing a voice whisper in my ears. But yeah, I think so. It was Argue that was disconnected. So I guess
Necro
fair
doing
play.
his best Randy Orton impression here with voices whispering in his ear.
Hey, listen. I don't know.
Who you gonna RKO, bro?
I hear a lot of those sounds, man. Okay.
Anyways, once again, the buy coming through. This time Reckoning, and they've got a couple of ultimates to work with themselves. The Pit and the Seekers. The Seekers to get them towards the site, and then the Viper's Pick can be so damn good. Play the retakes, but with the lockdown, the Seekers available for True Rippers themselves, it's a much harder task. Seekers popped quite early actually. Harsh uses it towards that A site. Gets the info that the A site completely empty, but once again, like we talked about, True Rippers happy to play on the retake. Their lockdown already popped. While Reckoning should be able to get the plant, they will not be able to get into good positions for the post, so they're relying on their own lockdown to make things work out. It's a fast retake to deny it. This is a huge gamble here, Necro.
Man drifted around the corner, somehow still alive, but the lockdown will be dealt with too at the last second. And then they place lockdown of their own. What's going on? Things have been flipped on their faces, and True Rippers, they're ripping apart anyone from Reckoning Esports. It's all down to Tristan. This man is playing on the lineups too, but the lineup might just be a little late as it's already done all the way half. And the lineup's gonna drop down. Okay, he's got it. It's okay. They've got a plenty amount of time. It's gonna be an easy cleanup for True Rippers once again. But yeah, that
Start that shit here, mate.
Reckoning Esports, that's gonna sting, dude. I mean, I understand it is still a fair play, but considering that round being reversed, you know, I mean, if I was Reckoning, I would have cried.
I mean, it's a brilliant play over there by Wimp. It's a huge gamble, don't get me wrong, but he trusted his instincts and just went for it. It comes down to that 1v1 duel between Flabin and Wimp, and while you can curse Flabin all you want for not winning it, like, you're never expecting the Killjoy to push through a lockdown and try to break it in Seeker. That's like a pure gamble in that moment. Wimp makes the right decision, and sharp with his aim, certainly sharp with his brain. Wimp's really feeling himself today.
Oh, hey, look at the bright side, though. That Reckoning Esports, now they've got their hands on the Reckoning. So that should be a free tide take, right? Now, they've also used the Blade Storm. Look at Deadly 10 already sneaking up so deep, but he needs to look at the right direction, and he doesn't in time. And Disrupt is going to make sure that he's going to deal with his opponent. Did not even get a chance to place his last wish. On the other hand, Voya tried to make sure that he's going to catch someone off guard with that lurk. He did, actually, but the instant trade was on the board. So far, True Rippers have got things under control.
True Rippers here. Playing it calm, playing it patient, but still, even though it's a 4v3, it's into that Viper's pit. It's into the poisonous, toxic area that the Viper controls for Flabin. A step too far, Disrupt shuts him down, and now no bodyguard for that Viper. Tris, he's gonna have to play this on his own. Gets a 1-for-1, but with him going down, that's the Viper's pit done. And just like that, True Rippers, not only do they pick up the round, they pick up the lead. Man, Necro Reckoning threw everything they had into that round, and I don't mean like in terms of ultimates, I mean in terms of strategy. The protocols coming in place where when they understand the enemy is playing for the retake, Deadly, he tried to take more space. That did not work out. Voya tried to make the flank happen so he could catch someone out. That did not work out. And at that point, they're like, okay, what can we do? And I'm sure that's playing in their minds right now. Guys, what the hell? What can we do?
Well, cards revealed, man. And now Reckoning Esports, it seems like at least that they have fallen on top of their faces, and the opponent has taken the lead away too. This is a desperate time for Reckoning Esports. And one thing is for sure, this matchup, man, is going to be so exhausting for the players of Reckoning. But But so far, once again, True Ripper is able to take the heat against the players of Reckoning. Once again, they've lost out on the man number. Reckoning Esports really just struggling to keep the man advantage in their hands, and they've also got the spike controller right off the bat. So yeah, that is stars being aligned at its prime.
Very crucial moment right now. Deadly trying to make something happen and say he gets shot out of the sky. The showstopper did not find anyone, but True Rippers happy that they're able to at least get the trade. 4v2 on the page and Harsh with no HP. Reckoning it's all falling apart. You'd think this is an attacking sided map. You'd think that the double initiator plays better on that attacking side, but that's all we can do. Think, because True Rippers right now, not only are they thinking, they're stomping on their way back. 11-9, what a comeback it has been. Kaizen now picking up the operator as well. Reckoning's economy broken. This is match point on the cards, and it's not just match point to help them get this map. It's match point to start that reverse sweep once again. I don't have to say it. True Rippers, they've done it once. They can certainly do it again.
I will rip the
They
lights
can,
from them.
but what just happened? Okay, well, True Rippers, the one thing is for sure that it seems like they have managed to find the cure, and the cure is resistance and aggression.
Yep.
And Reckoning Esports being forced to think quickly. Now, as they have got broken buys in their hands, and they know how important this round is going to be, because if they lose this, that means the map point is in the hands of the opponents. And as I said, this match is definitely going to be an exhausting one for Reckoning Esports, especially because of that technical pause. So yeah, Reckoning Esports, they were almost about to taste the victory with 2-0, but then it's been stolen away from them. As True Rippers, so far, they've managed to get the momentum gathered up in their hands and a good shot to open things off.
Once again, True Rippers getting that initial pick. It puts them in such a comfortable spot because now that they've got that Viper, they know that they can hold down the fort. Very hard to take the C, so Reckoning, they stick to the control they've got. Trying to force this ace side. And the Trailblazer helps them get a 1-for-1, but that's all she wrote. Disrupt able to shut Boyar down, and with the spike carrier being revealed as well. It's Harsh left with a dream and 2 HP. Not much he's going to be able to do here, but at least he'll get his ulti through for the next round.
Hey, imagine all one taps. I'm down for that. Why not? But
I lose my mind.
Oh, he did actually get one though.
Almost.
Oh, he did actually get one though. But yeah, I mean, True Rippers. 12 rounds on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Really tough to say what's going to happen here. Look, a comeback is possible. They don't need a lot of rounds. They only need 3 rounds if my maths is correct. Yes, it is. So only 3 rounds are needed. So Reckoning Esports, this is doable. All they need is some motivation. Please, someone give them the YouTube videos.
You need the Shella booth. Let's do it.
I mean, it's the same thing, no?
Yeah. We're talking about the same thing.
Blinded.
We just saw the Rolling Thunder, the lockdown used for the retake. It's back once again for True Rippers here. Reckoning they've got their own to play with, and it seems like they've just made up their mind. They want to hit this ace side. They want to play that post plan, but the setup from True Rippers almost expecting this. Raise Omen already on the flank, the lockdown to play that retake, and Reckoning now in a very difficult spot. The lockdown for lockdown will make sure that they at least get to that post plans, but it's really all about the flanker. What can this Raze and this Omen pull off? And Kaizen pull off something miraculous.
Oh my god, Kaizen! He shifted back inside that radius just at the last moment, so he got detained. This can be a saving grace for the side of Reckoning Esports, but no, you don't even have the man advantage left over, and True Rippers once again. It's a wave that's against the players of Reckoning, and True Rippers, they get this map of Lotus in their belt, underneath their belt. But yeah, that technical timeout for Reckoning Esports is gonna sting so much, but it's okay. Now it's time to get your mental reset and prepare for the upcoming map. Lotus was a great map, it was a close map, but at the end of the day, it's time for us to push to a short break, and we'll be right back.
For my wings, I need my eggs. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
Feeling under pressure. Pressure.
Time as elimination is on the stake over here. One team will continue in VCSA, the other one will be sent home, and we are heading into the last final map between Reckoning Esports and True Rippers.
Speaking about the homework, I just got reminded of my stuff that I used to do. So, you know, I used to be one of those people that would never have my homeworks on time, that would never have my assignment done on time. So what I used to do is that we used to have these files. So I used to write the first few pages of the file, and in between I used to keep completely just raw pages, nothing done. So the file would look like, oh yeah, I've done a lot of work. And the teacher usually just used to check on the first few pages and, you know, just to let go. So
sheesh. Wow, you were a scamster, huh? Did it ever get caught?
No, actually, surprisingly didn't.
Wow.
It works. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who's done that. Come on, man.
No, I mean, I was.
Maybe you haven't. Maybe you were like.
I wasn't a cheater, you know. So yeah. Anyway,
what do you mean, man? Hello?
I'm not calling you out or anything, but here, let's just jump into the game. Let's get away from the distractions, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to offend Necro any further, more than I want to offend you guys. But Reckoning Esports going with Astra, the standard composition that they usually take. Meanwhile, True Rippers pick up Harbor Viper, so no surprises from either side over here. But the lack of a secondary initiator on True Rippers might just create problems for them if Reckoning Esports play on the mid game a bit too much. And yeah, these teams, they pick up the rosters like we pointed out in the pre-game segment as well. Reckoning slightly better at the mid-game, the mid-round adjustment. Meanwhile, True Rippers really just hit hard with the executes.
Could have been a close one. Disrupt has only got his hands on the Classic, but still has managed to chip out so much damage onto Deadly 10. So he's being forced back to a safer pedestal. He's going to backpedal himself. And True Rippers, look at this. This is a classic True Rippers. They like to do this a lot. Take the arts control and then flood onto the A site. Or maybe this time can try and switch things a little bit, as they're going to also go for the connector control, and they have established it so far. Deadly 10 should have a little bit of surprise element, and he exactly does. Those two quick taps is of course going to force back True Rippers and going to make them rethink this route. And there is Trist in the close quarters too. He will be dealt with without any problems. It's a 2-on-3. Which means True Rippers, they've got the odds stacked with them.
Spike planted.
2-on-3 indeed. And here we go. Both these players coming in from the back lines. Now, there's no KG Ugel present from Wimp over there, so they will at least be allowed to come inside and fight towards B ramps. However, Wimp is going to jump spot them. And now he's got the information available. Stars placed just to make sure they don't get peeked from the right-hand side of back halls. And let's see how long they can stick it. Poison Cloud thrown in, but Voya gets shot down completely, and just like that, True Rippers, well, we always praise their post plants in Lotus, and they are still quite good in Pearl as well.
Nicely done. I mean, now they're going to be on an anti-eco, but as I said, these anti-eco, man, they've really been deadly, or at least proven out to be quite deadly. So you can never just, you know, take it lightly and let the flow follow it. You always got to have things under control. You got to be sane in these rounds too. You got to know where exactly you're going versus what step you're going to be taking. As all the players once again slowly and steadily walking out. with the help of the wall, they will also manage to get a little bit more control inside over here, and Deadly 10 being forced to dash back. The Sheriff so far is being suppressed by the wall, but not anymore. Deadly 10's able to find that opening. A great kill on Decays, and that's going to be the first bird that's been taken care of. Wings clipped, and even Voya from the back is able to strike down the players in the front. This is not a good news for the side of True Rippers. They cannot lose out on any more guns. If they do, this is going to be a successful anti-eco for the opponents. So Reckoning Esports so far able to land all the shots, but at the shorty, the close once again will be able to strike Techno down. Not around the players of True Rippers really wanted to have.
Definitely not. Maybe Aryu can recover this to some extent, but blunting will still be difficult. Uh-oh. He's in dangerous waters now. And he is the man who controls waters. There's no escape avenue now. He's trapped in here. I'm surprised he doesn't get pushed while he's reloading. But none of them want to face him. None of them want to give him the opportunity. Voya dealt with. Vandal out of the hands. That was the only guy who had a gun. And he's isolating these fights one by one, but finally Trist comes in to save the day. Reckoning Esports gets so many frag on the back of those flashes. You first had Trist tossing them over the walls from B-Link on towards the pillar so that Voya could peek. If that's not enough, then Harsh can flash for himself and treat himself like a duelist in order to get all those frags required. Great adjustments from Reckoning Esports as they fight on the back of their utility.
Right there.
I told you, man, these anti-ecos, they've been deadly than ever before. And yeah, it's really crazy how in Split 2, in the playoffs especially, how teams are actually even having hopes of winning these anti-eco rounds. Because I clearly still remember in Split 1, the chances of a team winning anti-eco were next to none. And now in Split 2, you always got to worry about the things that's going to happen in front of you. Good fragment, the placement and the timing is going to be perfect. So at least he was able to successfully get a trade in the hand. And now Flabin is here to deny that Vandal in the hands of the opponents. If True Rippers are somehow able to get the control of the Vandal, then problem will be rising. But not anymore, I guess.
Quite a good try from True Rippers. They recognize they don't have the weaponry to fight at range, so they decide to close the distance by pushing in towards double door. They send one high tide in so that they don't have to fight at range towards the guy who's holding the bottom of ramp, and instead just push straight in towards Trist. And yeah, sure, he gets one kill and dies later on, but he's able to get one frag posthumously by burning one with his fragment. Great follow-up from the rest of Reckoning Esports as well, as they prevent any leaks.
3 suppressed.
Oh, that's a lot of info.
Yeah. Oh, 4 players, man. Stacked at the same time. There's an entire Kasia util dump outside B2. Good contact, or at least good connection, and the visual info. Now that's going to be secured. You do see an instant rotation being pulled in too from the side of Reckoning Esports to the B site. So the rotation is going to be quite quick this time. And yeah, True Rippers, they're going to be met with resistance.
So much resistance. There's so much util in the way. As soon as True Rippers try to enter, Reckoning pop the nebulas, they pop the nanoswarms, and they push them back. They knew for a fact that True Rippers will try to flash ahead of those nebulas and try to fight. So now they deal with the 2 people who are capable of doing so. Both Kazin and Techno taken off. Wimp can't even have a fallback avenue because Deadly surrounding them. And these 2 players, they're trapped. Aryu basically boxed in. He can feel the coffin pressuring him already. And it finally ensnares him, burying 6 feet under. Reckoning Esports take a decisive lead, and just like that, they have broken the money of True Rippers.
Reckoning Esports looked pissed. And indeed you should, considering what happened here on the last map. It seems like they were almost about to taste the victory, but it was stolen away from them at the last couple of moments. So yeah, Reckoning Esports being pissed off right now. They really are looking to take the fight against the players of True Rippers and firing on all the cylinders. But for True Rippers, they've got their hands on the Reckoning.
That's a cool shot from Wimp. Oh, another one from Kazin. What is it with True Rippers? Like, every time they're on an eco, they start hitting these nutty shots and they start getting all these kills. Wimp gets one towards Art, then Kazin pulls one out of the hat from B Long. And just like that, they've got the advantage that they need. They've got the ultimates too. Wimp recovers the Vandal, and now this might just be a round that True Rippers can convert. They're both ready to dive out of this toxin screen, and Gaze and jump peeks across. Harsh can't do anything. Reckoning Esports are falling like flies. Defenseless flies, that too.
Yeah, still lockdown available though. Voya can try to use it, but I highly doubt, considering Reckoning Esports know it's almost done at this point in time, unless someone's able to go in absolute berserk mode. Then maybe he will try to use it, but yeah, no. A Thrifty being pulled out. Nicely done from True Rippers. As you mentioned, yeah, this team really is able to pull things back into their court, especially on those eco rounds.
I don't know if it's True Rippers hitting some really nutty shots on the eco rounds, or if it's Reckoning Esports underestimating them and offering them fair fights which they have a chance of winning.
Bit of both.
Probably a bit of both, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen a team be able to convert so many eco rounds this consistently, you know? And so far they only have 2 rounds. Both of them have been ecos, so this must be some kind of pattern that is just very, very reminiscent of True Rippers. It's got their name written all over it.
3-2, man, and a tactical timeout from Reckoning Esports to rethink what exactly is going on. They've lost 2 Thrifty rounds at this point, 2 eco rounds, that's what I mean. And indeed, it is going to be quite hurtful if you're going to lose rounds like that, because as we all know, how much impact these eco rounds can have inside a game. It's crazy.
Let's take a look at what's happening so far. True Rippers have attacked the B site quite often. And they do it in multiple ways. Sometimes directly out of ramps, sometimes out of crunching via mid-link. You haven't seen too much A pressure yet. Maybe this could finally be the round where they go in there. I mean, partially True Rippers haven't pressured A so much because Reckoning Esports have also been playing very aggro over there, right? This is one rare round where the Killjoy setup from Voya has been moved towards A rather than B. But Deadly 10 feeling a bit adventurous, pushes all the way out, only to get plucked off by Disrupts off. Now, you don't usually see a Viper hopping often. Fake dash and a fake lockdown. This could be wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, considering that already opening has been found on the B site. So yeah, they really do want to rely on this lockdown. And lockdown was used from the opposite side, so True Rippers, they had no option left then to reroute all the way back to the B site. It can be a really good decision if they're able to make this execution quick enough. The Reckoning's definitely going to force every single player on the side to fall back, and it was only in the name of Trist so far. This flash is going to be perfect, and yeah, able to catch the player off guard. Techno gets both of them down, also wants to get rid of the KO, because still the 0 points popped out, and they cannot use any of their utility because of that.
Now they've got everything they need. They can use the util. Reckoning Esports are down already so many members, they basically are going to call for a save. But I like this approach from True Rippers. They start showing presence towards the A site, they capture the orb, they're in no hurry to go out, but they just basically use the cascades to put so much pressure onto Voya. He feels pressured to use the lockdown as soon as Kaizen fake dashes inside. He threw in the cloud burst, but doesn't really commit to it. He just dashes into a wall instead. And as soon as Voya saw all that, he just used the lockdown, which did force True Rippers to head towards B. And Reckoning were aware about this maneuver. They were even prepared to intercept this one, but they still cannot. True Rippers just bulldoze their way inside. So much pressure onto Trist, who was one of the only people who was still holding on to that region, you know? He can't even peek out because of the Viper Toxin screen. It cuts his vision off. And even if he wants to peek ahead of it, it will be at great personal risk. Even if he uses his util, even if he uses his flashes to peek out, it will not happen because the snake bites that are thrown in by Disrupt stop him from doing so. So he has no choice but to respect the Reckoning, respect the ultimate and fall back, which eventually gives the site away to True Rippers. Oh my goodness, my lord, what is this fight? Both of these teams very adamant, very stubborn. 4v4 now as the Op start to sing the songs of death, and we might just see another Op v Op duel soon, unless Deadly gets a pick onto Kaizen instead, and Disrupt doesn't follow up on the back of it. Flash is thrown in by Harsh just to confirm whether True Rippers have fallen back or not, and it confirms their presence over here. They're still High Tide. Cloudburst, we've seen this before, but no commitments yet. Twist is able to spam one down. Hazen out of the picture. And once again, True Rippers tried to go for the same back. Once again, True Rippers tried to go for that same fake, but this time it's not working. Reckoning Esports are holding on to this area really, really well.
Yeah, but once again, the problem starts is that the initial hit fails, and that's why now True Rippers, they're just falling on top of their faces. Last man with the operator in the close range. This seems next to impossible, and he's probably going to get knifed on. No, that was just a little bit of disrespect moment. And yeah, Deadly tend to close it off. But solid done. As I said, it's all about the initial hit. It didn't work out. True Rippers committed a lot of stuff on that initial hit, and just because that was being stopped successfully enough by Reckoning Esports, yeah, True Rippers were not able to get a lot installed. But what I'm seeing here is that how quick Reckoning Esports are with the rotations that they're making. It's really just impressive.
It indeed is. The speed of rotations for Reckoning Esports is immaculate. And I didn't think I'd get to see a knife attempt this early in the game, but hey, like I said, this has to be some of the most entertaining matchups. Both these teams. The value that they provide to the viewers, it's nuts.
Oh, nicely done once again. They're going for the A hit this time, but at least True Rippers, their initial hit works out. And they're left with a 4-on-4 situation to deal with. Deadly 10 with an off angle on top of the box on the arts. Looking to get at least one player down. Looking to nail that shot onto the player. And Kazan also having a little bit of off angle off himself. He's pushing all the way in the back lines, and he's found a good flank from the secret. Shuts both of them down, and now out of nowhere, the odds are sticked with the player True Rippers.
Here.
And I mean, what can they even do? Reckoning have been saving since quite a few rounds now. It really does feel like Reckoning Esports are playing the Save Simulator 2023. He's deadly over here. He's playing some dangerous games. Still wants to challenge the fight. Still wants to make sure that True Rippers don't save too many weapons, but ends up losing an AWP in the process. So yeah, this map doesn't really math out for me. At least Voya is able to keep his Vandal alive. Will he get to see it though? They're kind of hunting him down here, and he lives to tell the tale. You win some, you lose some. But for now, True Rippers, every time they get into these post-spawn situations, I'm just so baffled at how good they are. I mean, they lost quite a lot of players in the process, you know? But then comes Kazan. He's able to find an opening. Multiple, actually. He's able to sneak through and just completely destroy the retake before it even begins from Reckoning Esports.
4-4 is the scoreline so far. Flabin with the Cosmic Divide, Hirsch with the Seekers. Some valuable assets that they have got available. And as you can see, Reckoning Esports as well. Once again, they sort of should have an idea incoming that there is a probability of a B hit coming in, and yeah, that's what's probably going to happen. You can see True Rippers just stopping in their tracks, and this Hawk is just going to confirm that. The guiding lights confirm the entire presence, and now the Seekers as well from the side of Reckoning Esports are going to be out to cause a little bit more distraction. Reckoning Esports so far, they have managed to scoop one under the rug, but the site control is not taken just yet by True Rippers.
And I don't think it will be possible for them to take it either. Reckoning Esports are just popping in and out of this high tide. They're playing them like a fiddle. Smoke denials are useless for True Rippers because Reckoning just respect them zero. They do not care about these smokes at all. They use them like barriers that they can just pop in and out of. Finally, the Viper Spit will be respected. But I'm pretty sure that the moment they tap this spike, Reckoning Esports will flood into that toxin screen. They're already cutting off the escape avenues. And they now know that Aryu is on the other side of the screen.
Wow.
He will be isolated from his teammate, and they both get sprayed down.
Really interesting stuff, but yeah, tactical timeout. This is needed. That's for sure. True Rippers. I mean, yeah, once they were able to get their hands on the A side, they were able to successfully do that too. But still, both of the hits, if you speak about it, Reckoning Esports have managed to counter those. So there is a possibility in the future rounds too that Reckoning Esports should probably be able to counter those pushes too. So this tactical timeout is definitely needed to probably reroute and rethink on how exactly Reckoning Esports' rotations are working. Now for Reckoning Esports' entire retake to fail is one thing they need to do is cut off the rotation of Reckoning Esports, and how they can do is send one man on the lurk.
Yep, that's definitely true. Sending one man on the lurk can be the solution to a lot of these problems. And keep in mind that Reckoning Esports, they do rotate quite quickly. So even if it's not necessarily a lurk, right? Even if it's just a player who's on the other side of the map making noise, it will draw rotations from Reckoning Esports and make your fakes much more believable. Spreading out might just be the solution. Now, whether you want to spread out in a defaultish way to sell misinformation, or you want to create gaps and have your lurkers just sneak in, be ninjas, that is up to you. Both those options sound lucrative enough, but the point that Necro made, it definitely made sense over here. Plenty of options available for True Rippers. Which one do they choose to exercise? I mean, they can still go for the brute forces, you know, they have the Reckoning available. On to RU. And it seems like they're not listening to that, so they're just gonna stick together for now, for the time being. Cascade sent down to its B ramp. There's even Trailblazers and everything being deployed, but barely any commitment on the back of it. And when the commitment does come through, it's after the Cascades have expired. Cosmic Divide has been put down this time, and it's cutting off Heaven as well as B-Link. But look at this, True Rippers, they actually want to push all the way up close to get the shots off. And the shorty is immaculate. They even fall back to safety. And now Reckoning they have barely any space to let the retake come through. How will they mount it?
Indeed, a question that I'm wondering too. But Reckoning Esports out of nowhere, once again, they're just able to strike and slap the players in the front down. And Deadly 10 all the time with this flank. Whenever True Rippers is deciding to hit the B side, Deadly 10 flanks comes in. As I said, the only way to stop this entire massacre from Reckoning Esports is to send one man on the lurk, and they need to do that quickly enough. One thing that True Rippers is doing, they're getting the side control easily in the hand. But the problem is Reckoning Esports is able to quickly just retaliate back in style, and you can see the rotations are so quick enough. So True Rippers, they're able to get the side control. All they need to do is send one man on the lurk, and that shouldn't be that tough. Even if that man on the lurk is able to find Deadly 10, still they won't really need to take care of the backlines. That can be such a huge sigh of relief.
Exactly. I mean, sending one man on the lurk could be a part of the solution, but this time, True Rippers, the solution they apply is, instead of sending someone on lurk, they push deeper into enemy territory, hoping that they will be able to take away some of the area from where Reckoning mount their retake, and that would hopefully help them secure the site a little more tightly. Goodness, what an early fight. Flabin with a double. Great initiation from Reckoning Esports this time as Twist bombards them with flashes and utility, setting his teammates up for success. And now that Flabin finds a double, they will gladly fall back and put the ball back in True Ripper's court.
Boya has got a lockdown. This entire hit can be just liquefied. So True Rippers need to be solid enough to make sure that this lockdown's not going to be the one to stop the flow. And slowly and steadily they're able to creep and crawl their way in, but the 0 point's going to give it away. Nicely done. The first opening's found, and Kazan now is going to go absolute berserk mode, psycho mode for sure. Flabin in the back line was able to get one, but that's all he's going to find. Now his Brave is going to be digging the dugout. Nicely done. Disrupt able to find one from that lurk. Perfectly played by True Rippers. Exactly what I'm talking about. And out of nowhere, they flipped the odds. They flipped the tables in them. But one thing's for sure, Kazan was the MVP of that round.
Yeah, man, that guy is absolutely nuts. The way he can tear a site open is unlike any other. It would be very difficult to imagine that True Rippers win a round like that, especially when Flabin got the Reckoning Esports such a massive advantage at the very beginning, right? A 3v5 A hit, and they make it work so beautifully. Both these teams have pulled off some really ridiculous rounds. Reckoning Esports have been able to mount some really cool retakes. Meanwhile, True Rippers just keep winning these thrifties, keep winning these 2v5s, 3v5s so often. It's almost like logic has left the chat entirely. The team with the disadvantage ends up winning rounds consistently. So, you yourself are left scratching your head, wondering where on earth are these people going wrong.
Told you, man, since the start, this game has just been... I mean, weird wouldn't be the right word to say, but... yeah, it's just really been tough to recognize the patterns.
Yeah, that's true.
But true rippers, at least inside this round, though, as they try to go towards the B site. But because of that early guiding light, it gave their presence away. So now they've decided to reroute, and they use the exact strategy. They've set one man on the lurk, and Wimp might just get caught because there's a player in the front out of that double doors area. They've got the A site controlled so far. Wimp with the lurk is, of course, going to be a massive asset for this entire push, and he needs to stay alive and do something at least. Hazen gets cut off, so that's going to be the first man taken care of. But Wimp is still up and alive, and his flank is coming in from the connectors area. The alarm bot's going to give his presence away, so at least now they know that the Wimp is still on the flank angles, and now Disrupt is all by himself to pay the post plant. Wimp gets taken care of, and Disrupt has got too many to cover.
Revenant Esports barely lose any HP in the process. Forget about losing members. A flawless round to finish the half. And that's the power of Reckoning. They just bob and weave in and out of the smokes that True Rippers put up. They even use their own lockdown just to make things a little more difficult. And as True Rippers are trying to escape away from the site after getting that plant down, Reckoning Esports catch them with their pants down.
I mean, True Rippers in the past 2 rounds, they finally did what I wanted them to do. They sent the man on the lurk, especially Disrupt. One of those round 2, he had the key placement with the lurk 2. He was able to find one, and pretty much True Rippers were able to win that. Then later on in the upcoming rounds, Wimp did the same thing too. But unfortunately for Wimp, the alarm bot was placed so deep inside connector. And honestly, you cannot even blame him. It's so tough to expect alarm bot over there, man. I don't exactly know what type of setup that was, but definitely if that worked out, so I guess it's a 200 IQ setup. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have this Philips one blade giveaway that's going on. You guys all probably know, but once again, we are letting you guys know how important this is. It's free to win, man, so might as well just go and scan that. But for now, we're gonna take a short break because we need to catch a breather and also get hydrated. You guys do the same.
Can't feel my wings, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
Bro, fridge meat के लिए, heat के लिए नहीं. Bro, this graphics card is making my frames drop. Come with me if you want a game.
The all-new Omen 16 with advanced Tempest cooling technology, now with 5 heat pipes and 4 thermal outlets. The Omen 16 with 12th Gen Intel Core i7 processor to make you forget your frame drops.
Now that's cool.
Game on with Tempest cooling.
Presenting Hyundai i20 N-Line. It's time to play.
Yes, I'm a Gen Z. Or should I say, the Gen Next. And I don't let fear hold me back from doing anything. I choose to move fearlessly to it all.
Hey buddy, we need you to trim your beard for this next scene.
What? Okay, fine, I'll admit it. I move fearlessly in most things, but I draw the line here. What if I Nico cut myself?
Try this.
Phillips.
Can't feel my wings, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
Welcome back into the second half. 7-5 is the scoreline so far. Reckoning Esports able to have a little bit of cushion, but as I said, it's only a little bit of cushion. You cannot rely on that cushion. Reckoning Esports need this pistol round in the hand, and so do their opponents. This pistol round is such a desperately needed one. Let's see what type of strat we're going to see from Reckoning Esports.
Maybe a fast one. Trailblazer sent in from Harsh towards a long. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is sneaking in from Art, and they're about to make a quadruple contact. Techno's only able to get one. Disrupt also realizes there's way too much heat to handle, and he calls for the reinforcements. They go on the other side of this cascade, and that's not a fight that Trish was expecting. But while the rest of his teammates are falling back from Art, Harsh is already snuck into the site itself, and he gets a kill, but unfortunately it's a bit too late. Flabin now will have to hightail it towards the B side with the spike on his back and 14 HP on his body. He has a massive responsibility on his shoulders, even though his head has taken a bullet.
If Flabin's able to clutch this out, this will definitely be the highlight of the day. 14 HP only, man. And 2 taps needed.
Exactly. None of them have armor, so he can actually pull off the double 2 taps.
But it's not going to be that easy to pull it off, though. You'll need to go absolutely Super Saiyan mode. And this time he's going to be denied and beat to pieces with the finisher.
True Rippers. Great adjustments from them. I mean, yeah, it does help that they were preemptively stacked towards the A side, but the setup was not in place to intercept a full-blown Art commitment. That adjustment that True Rippers made was very in the moment. And because 3 players of True Rippers started to focus fighting towards the Art side, Harsh was able to find an opening. He managed to sneak in from A main unchecked and shot one of those guys in the back of their heads, which could have been a game changer, you know. If Flabin was still there to help out Harsh and get the trades, they would have been able to pinch Revenant Esports in half. But Flabin was already falling back from that area. He was under the expectation, he had the assumption that they would try to just recover the spike and fall back to a safe spot. And that's exactly why Reckoning is able to win that round. This time, that's why True Rippers were able to win that round, but this time Reckoning Esports, they are making quite a fast commitment. This time only from A main, no Art's presence required. They just overwhelmed the numbers.
2 on 2. Once again, it's these anti-eco rounds that can make a massive difference for True Rippers. This round, of course, means the world, and for Reckoning Esports, they just want to steal it away, and they do so. Once again, that double round lead's going to be carried on forward.
How many more times will we get to see these eco wins from both these teams? I mean, True Rippers pulled off quite a lot of thrifties in the first half. Now Reckoning is pulling off all of those. It's almost a pattern in Pearl. Whoever wins the pistol is going to lose the second round. That's just like a written down rule for these 2 teams.
Speaking of that, and yeah, now that True Rippers are being forced on an eco, this is definitely stars align type of moment for the opponents. Good kill from the side of Reckoning Esports. Nicely done. Hirsch able to recover and get things back into control. And Kazan on the opposite side is pushing up all the way deep towards the B-man area. Has managed to find so much map control.
I've got your
And I think so soon enough, Flabin should be dealt with if he's not going to check his back lines quickly enough. Nicely done. Seeker's going to give the position away, so they know very exactly the player's position on the site.
Yep. And after figuring out the positions, all they have to do is press mouse 1. Reckoning Esports continue with their lead. Continue pressuring onwards. And no eco wins for True Rippers this time. Not even a single kill. Reckoning keep it clean.
And you love to see it. And so far, as things have been working in the favor of Reckoning Esports, they have managed to get 1 more round lead. Now finally you're seeing True Rippers back on the full buy for themselves. This operator from Kazan will be once again their win condition, so Kazan needs to be feeded a lot of kills.
Let's hope he doesn't miss any of these. It's quite a hefty investment. After losing the pistol, one would have assumed that Kazan would have had this op available in round 3 itself, but no, he has to wait till now. And now that his position's given away, he will be suppressed, so say goodbye to his ability of dashing back. Best that he can do is hope that as soon as Reckoning peek out of that toxin screen, he gets a couple! And he gets 2 of them in the same shot! The collateral's impressive, and the third one too! Kazan starting to pop off, and Reckoning are falling like flies. He's shooting them down like it's nobody's business.
Yeah. And this is what you exactly want to see from a man like Kaizen Deadly 10 looking to sneak in. But this time that sneak's not going to be exactly on the 100% level. And Flabin's position compromised too because of the guiding light. You know where Flabin is. Yeah, he's got an entire firing squad in front of him. And Kaizen with a 4K. A monstrous play.
Okay, we know the drill.
Monstrous indeed. Dude, even monsters devour their fellow victims one by one. But Kaizen likes taking two at a time. He's got no patience. He doesn't have time to dig 6 feet. He just buries them in a shallow grave. And Kaizen, stepping up above and beyond. He's the one who's carrying his team for the time being. The only man on double digits on True Rippers. Meanwhile, Voya is a beast in his own right. 22 frags for him with only 8 deaths. Now, those are some very impressive numbers. Oh! Saw Pixel!
That Pixel, he wasn't able to find the connection to, but look at Deadly 10, he's ready, but he does not want to take the extra risk anymore. That's a wise option, that's a wise choice that he's taken. And Reckoning Esports, a classic approach this time. They're going to take the site control in their hands, but have on the, pretty much on the verge of that lockdown. This shouldn't be that tough.
Yeah, but the plant hasn't gone down and the lockdown's expired, which means now True Rippers can start flooding ahead of these smokes and deny Reckoning Esports the plant. Maybe a Harbor Ultimate will soften the blow, but nope. Instead, Disrupt has been dead already. Vimp tries to smoke inside. He dives through, getting 2, but that's all she wrote for him. And all of a sudden, the round enters a mode of stalemate. Reckoning Esports now measure their options. The spike retreating as they now evaluate whether going to its A makes sense or not. If they can get a pick onto Techno, the B side will be wide open for the taking. But they will have to double swing him. He's got the more advantageous angle, and Techno can devour them both. No escape.
But still, the demon is there on the other side of the door, looking to put the cherry on top. And you can't just count him out yet.
10 seconds left.
Voya, he's sensing the players in front of him. And that first glimmer should be more than enough for him to devour his prey. And Techno is looking at the wrong direction. And Voya having the crosshair placement advantage. 1 on 2, doable. Not a lot of HP, but the time runs out. And this is where Reckoning Esports, they'd lose it.
True Rippers, what can I even say? This man, Kaizen V, have been singing his praises all throughout, but this time, it wasn't even him. Everybody else also stepped up so well. Wimp diving through all that util. Bravely on the back of Aryu's ultimate, gets a double. Reckoning Esports can't even get the plant despite committing the lockdown. Well, I'm starting to get nervous. Kaizen's up close. Voya challenges him. And both these players, the two juggernauts of their teams, facing each other. Dealing with the deadly people. Deadly with the fake dash, though. I wonder if that will draw in some rotations from True Rippers. For the time being, they can go back to their defaults. They have the man advantage, and they don't need to make any moves now.
Team Esports. 4 players. They have still got things under control. Deadly 10 also retrieves the Vandals, so yeah, even if he is going to run out of the Blade Storms, he's at least got the backup plan ready. Shoot enemy downs with the Vandal. So far,
you are divided.
It's just an absolute quiet moment. And they're going to place the Cosmic Divide down too. B-side's going to be the way to go for them, and Reckoning Esports have already made it in. They found a lot of map control off of that. Trailblazer approaching the opponents. Techno's going to also concuss the players in the front. But this time, Deadly 10, that heroic approach is not going to work out. He gets clipped right off the bat. Flabin on the other side of the door, looking to put the cherry on the top with the help of Tristan. He exactly managed to do so. Classic out in the hand, but the burst is going to click right perfectly on the opponent's faces. Managed to take down Wimp. Wimp is way too low, and Wimp has also got his hands on the lockdown, but he's probably not going to use it because they have got the man advantage so far. Hirsch able to get the spam down too. The flash used to perfection. 2 players approaching him in the close quarters, and Hirsch is making it look way too close, but Disrupt ends it and puts the nail in the coffin.
Scores equalized. True Rippers, they are also at 9 now. What a round from them, man. I really thought that on the back of that Cosmic Divide, Reckoning Esports will be able to get a lot done, and they did. They basically got into the site for free. The only damage that they faced was from the nano swarms that Wimp had deployed. But even after that, their desperate attempts to take control and stay in control of backside was what got them this edge. The only reason it came down to a 1v2 in the end was because players like Deadly 10, players like Voya and Flabin were just so adamant on staying control of that backside, and that made things difficult for True Rippers. But in the end, it was just too much for poor Harsh to handle all by himself. Oh, wow. Crazy. He always gets that opening pick towards Art.
A really good one too. I mean, we had this conversation, right? Kaizen being the win condition, this man needs to be feeded those kills. And yeah, being able to find that opening all the time and just already forcing the opponents to start off with a massive man disadvantage. It's just putting so much pressure on Reckoning Esports, and it's really making them rethink what they want to do. And you can see, once again, rerouting their way towards the B side. Every single player is pulling back towards the B main.
Okay, this is a fast commitment. I'm worried about Flabin. He's trying to push all the way in towards the defender spawn, and this could be a bit dangerous. The Seekers being present all towards defender spawn as well. Just kind of tell Reckoning Esports that no backstabs are coming. That's exactly why they're comfortable falling back all the way towards the top of ramp. This lockdown doesn't affect Reckoning in the slightest, and they've got so much post-plant utility available. Nano swarms, fragment as well. All they have to do is just buy time.
Really solid flash, and even the snake bites are there to force the players off of their position. There was a gravity belt utilized, but unfortunately no one's gonna be found on behalf of that. And look at True Ripper just straight up sticking the defuse. There was a body block coming in too to make sure that he's gonna be blocking all the bullets, but it's an entire firing quad of Reckoning Esports. True Rippers, they gave it a shot to go for the defuse, but it didn't really work out when you've got so many bullets just penetrating through your body.
Exactly. So much utility to delay the defuse. Forget defuse, but delay the spike tap as well. And even when you start tapping, no matter what you put up, whether it's a Viper wall, a Harbor wall, a Cove, even if you body block all of that, it won't be enough. There's a hailstorm of bullets headed towards you, and it's gonna pump your guts full of lead.
Tactical timeout once again. And it's from True Rippers. Reckoning Esports, they've managed to get themselves to double digits, so this can be a little bit of sigh of relief, but not a lot. Still, it's time for them to keep the game faces on and think for the future once again. And their coach seems quite, he seems quite passionate to tell them what exactly to do in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, one thing that Reckoning Esports are comfortable doing is that they know when to overcommit, when to fall back, when to stay in the side itself. And this time, almost the entirety of Reckoning Esports just decided to fall back because they were aware that Wimp passed that lockdown. As soon as the lockdown is placed, they would be trapped. So they planted also in the open, knowing fully well that their post-plant setups relies on having top ramp control rather than having the back halls control like last time. So that's the win condition for Reckoning Esports over here. Not just the op in the hands of Deadly 10, but also figuring out which area to hold in post-plant and continuing to stick to that area like one stubborn bull is what makes them very, very difficult to deal with.
Oh my god. It's these pixel shots that really Kaizen's not able to hit. And as soon as the first shot missed, yeah, well, your life is going to get compromised with and dealt with. Reckoning Esports, once again, a free flow on the B side without any type of struggles. But there is an ultimate available in the hands of Disrupt. But the problem is that True Rippers will need to make this count. Will need to make this round count.
One dead.
Oh my goodness, Techno's making it count. Double peek about to come through for Harsh, and he's able to spray them both. What an adjustment! He almost was on the verge of an ace before Voya steals it away. But hey, all that matters now is that Reckoning steal the rounds and the momentum away from True Rippers. By courtesy of winning these last two rounds back to back, they have secured the momentum required. They've kept their economy also quite healthy. And at this moment, it really is True Rippers that are in a bit of trouble. Going into the next round, they will have enough money to purchase weaponry, but that isn't going to be enough, because even if they win the next few rounds, Reckoning can still continue investing in. They have enough money to sustain them till the end of the game.
Oh, Kaizen. Oh, the blind taps. And luckily enough for him, he's got the Vandal. So yeah, those taps are going to be rewarded. And one single tap on the head onto Boya. A big threat neutralized this time inside the round. And Kaizen once again lives to see another day. After such a long time in Reckoning Esports, they're met with a massive resistance force of True Rippers. And this will be a clean up.
Yeah, the entire True Rippers force descends upon them. There was so much going on over there. One cascade is all that's used by Ryu, and that's honestly all he needs. He thought it would be enough to secure a little passage for his team into the site, but Reckoning Esports, what can they do about this one? They try their level best to just get into the site safely, get that plant down, but nope, Ryu says, you're not keeping my team away with your smokes. You can't throw util at them to keep them away. He blazes the path for his team inside, and just like that, True Rippers mount up resistance. Both the teams at double digits now. This time though, Deadly is going in for a fake, and he's not alone. He's being assisted by Harsh, but that doesn't matter when Techno is here to fight. And because he pops the Seekers, he will now realize that this indeed was a fake. Information relayed. True Rippers is ready to receive the spike on A.
They indeed are. Look at the amount of bullets that are being fired on the common spots. So Wimp needs to hide inside the dugout. Kaizen and Wimp, they're having a good crossfire, but not anymore, as Flavin's going to find that haircut beautifully done. Wimp still from the dugout, able to find so much value. Gets the second one too with the spam. And Hirsch now from the backlines, from the main, all by himself, is also being blocked the entire vision. He can't see anything. And Techno way too low for comfort, but it's not going to matter. He's still going to seal the deal.
The reads from True Rippers in these last few rounds have been so immaculate. In this round, they just basically call out the bluff, call the fake. Techno says, yeah, I don't think I can see your entire force coming along unless you send Ryu's Cascades with you. I'm sorry, not Ryu's Cascades. Unless you send Flavin Smokes with you, I don't really believe your bluff. All they really were doing was just creep up on that toxin screen, cover the distance, and hope to sell the fake. And because there's no smokes committed, they know exactly what's happening. Techno pops the Seekers, and then Wimp says, you are not gonna be allowed to escape after you get that plant down. That sentences everybody. And we saw a glimpse of this in the previous round as well, when True Rippers were able to just basically stack the B side and stop Reckoning entirely from pushing in.
Oh, once again, Kaizen tried to do the same thing, but not all the time. That's what Reckoning Esports is going to be saying. One time's fine, but you can't try to replicate the same thing over and over again. And Kaizen's learned his lesson. Boy has also got his hands on the op this time, so it's quite interesting to see how that op's going to be clicking in, considering he's the KJ. And now Reckoning Esports slowly and steadily redirecting themselves to the A site. Dinosaur placements coming in too as well to clear out the close quarters and also to clear out any of the KG utility that's going to be available over there. So yeah, Reckoning Esports, these little mind games that they're playing, it's sort of like a fake being set up. The amount of utility dump that's coming in on the A sites. Oh yeah, they've also managed to pour the rotation.
Exactly, that's the biggest concern. Techno once again realizes that this could be a fake. And it usually is Techno. It usually is him who figures out whether it's a fake or not, but this time he makes the wrong call and he can't even get into the right position. Trist is able to spray him down without a line of sight, and that's all that Reckoning needed.
3 on 5. It seems next to impossible to do. And now Ryu, the last man alive, the final glimmer of hope. And he will need to fall back too. Just go for the save. You will need to let Reckoning Esports win this one. And True Rippers, I guess they're going to completely rely on their ultimates that they've got left over. And on this overtime.
And that is how you sell a proper fake. Reckoning Esports commit bodies to it, not just utility. With 3 members firing down personally, the utilities of 4 players present on A side gives True Rippers the illusion of a full-blown execute inbound. And when they finally discover that this is a fake indeed, it's a bit too late. Reckoning Esports on map point, series point, on the verge of eliminating True Rippers. But True Rippers also can turn the tides. They've got two huge ultimates. The Viper's Pit and the Reckoning both can deny quite a lot of area. And this could be their saving grace. This could be the thing that pushes us into overtime.
It indeed could be. Reckoning Esports so close to the victory. They can taste it. But True Rippers, this counter push that is coming in from them, it's quite nice. And I like the adjustment too quickly from the side of Hershey. Realizes that he's about to get pushed up by a lot of players, so it's better for him to just fall back and let them have the control. Swamp Grenade out too to get rid of the KJ utility that's available over there. Nicely done by Reckoning Esports. And slowly and steadily looking to slither in the side. They've already managed to get the shoulder. They've already managed to get the shoulder control in their hands. And now they're also looking to get the entire side control, and they have done so.
Right there.
Oh, very risky plant spot for Flabben, but he's a man who's got cojones. He is comfortable taking the risks. Awkward 5v5 retake now initiated as Kaysen pumps the lead in. Desecrates Hirsch. The blades will be dealt with as it's up to Trist now to hold on to this area. Null command activated and Techno can't use flashes, but he can still use his gun, and that's enough. Another one onto Flabben, and we are indeed going into overtime. True Rippers firing on all cylinders, firing down every person of Reckoning Esports.
That quick adaptation, they sort of knew that the same strategy will be repeating itself. So yeah, True Rippers knew exactly how to counter it this time. And now we're also going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen, where the sides will be switched. True Rippers on the attack and Reckoning Esports on the defense this time. And inside this overtime scenario, both the teams are going to be feeling the equal amount of pressure because this is the knockout game.
And what better than an overtime in the knockout game? Both these teams playing for their lives in BCSA, sweating it out here in a lengthy, arduous, and extravagant affair. This lower bracket matchup couldn't have been any better. Both the teams, they're pushed to the brink now. Whatever strategy either side has cooked up has now been yeeted straight out of the window, so it's time for some originality once again. Both the Skies and either team just sending util towards a link, towards a main, but it's actually Reckoning Esports who commit more bodies over here. True Rippers go back to their good old, that trusty, reliable art corner. Where Flabben's gonna make first contact. Yeah, he sees too much heat. He decides to smoke it off instead, hoping to fall back. Reckoning Esports know they've lost art control, so instead they double down towards A main. So it will be up to Techno and his timing to somehow make the play over here.
This is huge from Deadly 10. I thought he was able to successfully sneak into the corner, but look at Reckoning Esports on the defending side. This team out of nowhere has managed to just clean things up on the A side, and now it's all down to the final two players up and alive. True Rippers, too many angles to check at the same time, and now they're also going to be fighting demons inside the head, but Wimp! He decides to take matters in his own hands. It's a 2-on-4. It is doable, but only off of heroics, and someone needs to go absolutely berserk. And maybe it has to be in the name of Wimp this time. Aryu left all by himself on the site. Wimp looking to charge in all the way deep towards the defender spawn. And he's not going to expect the man in the close, but it's not going to matter. Wimp still cuts him off. A 3-on-2 scenario. And now Wimp once again with only 70 HP left over. The amount of pressure this man's got left over on himself, it's crazy. Are you still able to stay alive and dug out? Wimp gets flushed out using the flash too. And Reckoning Esports, you blink it and you miss it. They clean it up.
What an adjustment from Reckoning Esports. As soon as Flabben hears all those people charging down towards him, he instructs Deadly as well as the Sky to take aim in control, and just like that, True Rippers were destined to die. The moment this flood into the site, they were crunched from both Flower, Dugout as well as A main, from all three of those areas. But regardless of the number of people that True Rippers lost early on, I like how Wimp decided to take matters into his own hands, pushing all the way into its defender spawn to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. And then he even started playing on the back of that harbor utility, you know? He was standing on the edge of high tide, just hoping somebody would walk past. And he positioned himself appropriately so that he doesn't even get spammed through. But despite all that he was able to do, all that he was trying to put together, the puzzle had too many pieces and he didn't have enough time to put them together.
Tactical timeout. And this should be the final one too. So you gotta say anything that you've got on your chest right here, right now. This is your only chance to convey anything to your team. And look at True Ripper's coach. He's literally started praying at this point. You can see the amount of pressure that even coach is feeling. And this is what we like to see when the players are feeling their nerves, but they've got no other chance than to hold their nerves with the guns and hit their shots right on the faces of the opponents.
Hope can be a dangerous thing, but you might just get to see its power now. Early 0 point. This is gonna land square towards heaven and instantly gets broken. No information available for Reckoning now. But Voya manages to get a nice cheeky angle. He might just surprise Wimp over here. The alarm bot hasn't been activated yet, so Wimp doesn't know that he's present over here. Meanwhile, Deadly is doing the most he can to attract as many True Rippers players' attention towards him. They just need to figure out where the AWP is. And hopefully not die in the process, because Kaizen can be quite lethal. Reckoning spreading out quite a lot. After showing presence towards B main, they now start to pinch A main as well. But the only person who can really make an impact over here has to be Voya. Alarmbot finally detected him, and he will fall back. That's his cue to join his teammates. And his teammates have already started to flood it in.
Speak about the flooding in, and yeah, here we go. Site control is what's gonna matter. They've lost out on the man number that they wanted, but True Ripper still, they've got the full force up and alive, and they're firing with the entirety. And out of nowhere, that's going to be it. True Ripper, somehow, they're gonna take us to another OT.
Overtime.
Both these teams winning the defensive-sided rounds. Keeping the game very, very interesting. I like the attempt that Voya made over there. He was really hoping that Wimp would be the first person to just peek out a little more. As soon as Wimp would die, then he could start sneaking in and maybe go in for a backstab. Because without that backstab, the only thing that Revenant Esports could do is either exploit B main or A main, and that is quite vanilla. You need a little bit something extra to make these kind of rounds work in the overtime. Okay, this time Wimp gets detected by the 0 point, and he does it on purpose. Is he hoping to sell a fake? Well, doesn't matter if it is a fake or not. True Rippers are making their presence known towards A main, and I'm sorry, towards B link. And on the back of that, Poison Cloud, they even sneak up. The only person who could probably save this is going to be Deadly 10 now, because he's pushing all the way towards the top of B ramp now. And while he doesn't see anyone over here, Reckoning are so paranoid. True Rippers could be anywhere at this point.
They indeed can. 3-on-4 scenario left over. This round, not just this round, man. Any single round is going to matter at this point. Every single step you take is going to matter. And Reckoning Esports, they have unfortunately got the man disadvantage inside this scenario, but they neutralize it off of that one single play. But look at Techno, this flank this man has managed to secure. It's crazy, and a good flash too, but it's not going to suppress a man like Flabin. Once again, 2 players left over. True Rippers, they're trying to do something off of that wall. Deadly 10 with this flank, with this operator, is going to click in. A good shot onto Disrupt. And Disrupt this time is not going to be able to disrupt that flow as Deadly 10 connects those shots, those crucial shots, and gets the win in this round. One more round to go. Reckoning Esports, they're so close to win it.
True Rippers were so paranoid about a person being towards A main. That's exactly why RU used his high tide to cover both main as well as secret.
Match point.
And they were like, yeah, as long as we can get these 2 areas in check, we can go for the plant. Especially when Techno was going in for the flank. They really had no reason to worry, even though they lost a member to Flabin.
30 seconds left.
And it was all on the assumption that A main would be secure. They used the high tide over there. And for the longest time, nobody pressured them, you know? Deadly took his sweet time to get them to that area, get into that position. And because he was late, True Rippers assumed that it was safe, whereas it was quite the opposite of that case. A false sense of security leads them to their demise, and now Reckoning have the lead.
Oh, this operator peeking over on top of your head. Kaizen being blinded out. At this point in time, the opponent should know that what exactly goes on. Voyav with the lurk, able to get rid of Wimp. That's a massive lurk. And a big success for them, to be honest. But Voyav with only 10 HP left over. Unfortunately for them, or unfortunately for the players of True Rippers, There is a Sky available. That means he will be healed up, so that's not really going to matter how much damage is caught. But Kaizen with the operator. So far, this man has proven out to be a massive problem, and he's also whipping the shots. Those shots need to be hit. And he's also pulled out an operator in the close range once again, and he's not going to have any chance of doing anything because the blind is perfectly on the time. And now it's a 2-on-4 situation, ladies and gentlemen. Reckoning Esports so close to victory. And True Rippers, only a miracle can save them at this time, and a heroic stance. Let's see if it's going to be possible or not, as Reckoning Esports looking to steal this win away from a contender that have been proving themselves from such a long time, not just in Split 1, even inside the Split 2, and this flank from Flabin should be everything.
No, Disrupt, hold on, and he's got the Viper's Pit now. This really just turns the tides. True Rippers can actually start to defuse now. Harsh, desperate enough to dive inside, gets the Viper's Pit down, but Soryu clutches it out. Do they have enough time? I think they do. I think we're going to get another overtime. We are not done here. Reckoning Esports had everything going for them. The early pick that Voya got, that was everything they required. Killjoy setup down, and that gets rid of so much trouble that they have to face. Plus, even the AWP that Kaizen was holding on to, it was just supreme. He was able to deal with everything that True Rippers were throwing at them.
Dude, we had this conversation about how resilient True Rippers can be. They just don't like to give up. They like to fight till the end. And once again, they prove out how much they have got into them. A tactical timeout from Reckoning Esports. Everything the coach has to say should be said right here, right now.
I know, right? I mean, it felt like Reckoning were somewhat destined to win that fight.
2v4, dude.
Kaizen. I know, right? They killed Kaizen, they killed Wimp. They had the man advantage. They planted in the open. They even got the third pick. And then RU just steps up massively.
Tactical timeout. These guys probably have a lot to convey.
Right there.
And considering Reckoning Esports, look at Voya, 28-16, an absolute demon. Man's able to fire on all the cylinders. Voya, Hirsch, these two guys have been doing a phenomenal job from Reckoning. On the other hand, True Rippers, every single player able to deliver on an equal note. And this time, True Rippers looking to aggress inside the double doors area. A good fragment. It's going to chip a bit of damage onto Disrupt, but still not enough. He is quite healthy.
Yeah, but after showing presence towards B-Link, they're hoping that Reckoning Esports will fall for the bait. But that's not going to happen. The forward positioning from Deadly towards B-Ramp tells them all that they need to know, and Reckoning can somewhat sniff this A hit coming in. The concealment from Flabin is a proof that Reckoning are aware about this one. And all they look to do now is get a kill onto the planter. They will just try to spam everyone down. No, but the plant goes through. It doesn't! The spike planter gets killed in the nick of time. Voya and her stepping up really well. At least Techno is able to somehow retaliate, somehow bring the fight back to a 3v3. But can True Rippers get into good post-plant posies? That's the big question over here.
Oh my god, this flank. Oh, Deadly 10, this flank's gonna matter so much for Reckoning Esports. It's so valuable for them. And Reckoning Esports, for them to get this defuse done, Deadly 10 needs to pop off right there. Needs to get rid of the man onto the main, because that can be a massive threat neutralized. And look at True Ripper straight up just jumping in and flapping, gets both of them down with the shorty. Now it's all down to Wimp, and Wimp will be dealt with too. Reckoning Esports, especially Flab, in a monstrous play in the end.
Switching sides.
And what a bait setup for Reckoning Esports. They tap the spike. They know for a fact that True Rippers have faulted the plant. Someone can just stick in that corner and stay safe from all the spams, which means True Rippers would have had no choice but to just dive inside that smoke. And that's when the trap gets activated. Both the Reckoning players ready with their shorties, ready to burst anyone down who's brave enough to venture into the smoke.
Right there.
Sure, Deadly's flank failed, but he pulled away the A main guy long enough to let the shorties do their job and secure the round. Once again, Revenant Esports find themselves at a lead, but they better close this game out. Because both these teams have been winning their defensive rounds, but they haven't been able to secure the second one.
The flash. And what a spray pass for True Rippers. These plays really just helping him out. Also, sniff the lurk. I guess we're going on another OT yet again. A 2-on-5. I mean, True Rippers have been able to pull these type of situations off underneath their belt. It's been a while since we've seen Revenant Esports do these type of plays, and Deadly 10 still somehow, he hasn't even caught a single bullet onto himself, while Wimp and Techno both are softened up. 2-on-5. You can make this happen, but Deadly 10, this man's got some X-ray vision as he gets rid of Techno.
2v4. We've seen Reckoning pull off stuff like this before, but that was in regulation. The pressure in overtime is completely unreal. Luckily for them, the A site is empty, but they don't know that. They will still commit a lot of their utility, hoping to just get an advantage and hopefully just complete the spike plant. And while they will be able to complete the spike plant, they will have very little left to actually get into good post-plant posies and hold on to the advantage. Secret control taken. That's the only option they have right now. Meanwhile, True Rippers, they know they can push this into yet another overtime. They will just group up and try to hit them all at once.
Oh my God.
But Deadly 10, he's capable of doing it! Never mind. Kaizen and Disrupt just a bit too powerful.
Yeah, the commitment from Deadly 10. As soon as he would have got that frag, he should have fell back. But instead, he went for more, and that's where things went a little bit south for them. But it's completely fine. Another OT, ladies and gentlemen. This game is being so back and forth. Always it's Reckoning able to win the first round in the OT, and then in the second round they're just not able to do quite yet. But I like the adjustments from True Rippers this time. They pretty much seal all the possible angles, and then this play from Techno. This was where they pretty much had the victory secured.
Yeah, Techno, he has been stepping up so well today. And we always loved him as a Sky player. But today, he's even played a duelist role, and he impressed us with that too. Techno definitely stepping up to be one of the MVP players of True Rippers. And the best part is, this game doesn't seem like it's being carried by one person. Every single member on both the teams is stepping up, so everyone's just lifting their own weight. And that's exactly why this overtime is as thrilling as it really is.
About thrilling and... Oh,
I don't think these guys can feel the thrill.
What is going on? Why is this technical timeout here? Dude, whenever this technical timeout is here, I'm always worried about a round rolled back. That's what I'm worried about. And look at True Rippers, dude. They literally have their hands on the head. They can feel the pressure. Look at their faces, dude.
I can't exactly love being in this situation. The amount of pressure they have. Elimination at stake. A triple overtime already activated. Anyone would be feeling this much pressure. I'm surprised they can still keep their hands calm. If I was in their shoes, I'd probably be trembling right now. That's exactly why I'm just a caster, not a player.
Able to keep your head calm in situations like these is the way to go. And what type of communication's going on here? That's what I want to find out, dude. Because True Rippers, they look like they were just praying for their god. Is there a round rollback coming in? If there is,
I hope not.
Whichever team this is going to hit, it's going to hit quite massively. And from the look of things, it did seem like the hit's going to come to the players of True Rippers. Hopefully it's not going to happen as you mentioned, though.
There is one pattern into this overtime, though. Both the teams have just been winning out their defensive side rounds so consistently. The retakes are immaculate, even though you seem like you're not going to see a good retake, even though it feels like every defended team has had a disadvantage or there's just way too many odds stacked against them, it still doesn't matter. They pull off the retakes regardless. And
dude, I just really want to know what's going on there.
I know, yeah. I mean, even my anxiety's at an all-time high right now.
Kaizen's PC, I guess. There's some issues going on. But hopefully it's going to get resolved. hopefully. This technical timeout is definitely going to give these players a time to catch a breather too, right? Considering the amount of pressure they've been feeling back to back with how games been going like. So yeah, they definitely do need a breather like this.
I mean, they can still talk to each other, but they can't talk to the coach during the technical timeout, so keep that in mind. This is not a tactical timeout.
30 seconds left. One enemy
And I don't know if this will feel like a breather or if this will just feel like more anxiety piling up, you know? There are some people out there who believe it's just better to get it over with than continue living in that anxiety nightmare.
Spike down A.
That's true too, but when you know your life depends on this opportunity, it's really
There's no
tough
right
to be
answer.
on any other sides.
Your fault. Last player stand.
Sheesh. Pressure mounting. Heart rate spiking. Hands hopefully not trembling. And given the amount of pressure that these guys are feeling, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams get knocked down, sent reeling out of the tournament. 15
I like
all.
how chill Trist is. Look at him. Just in the back. Look at Trist. Just in the back. Man's laying back, relaxing. I think so. I think so. Everyone should do the same. But I've never seen Flavin like this, man.
I know,
He just
right?
seems so tense. I mean, look at his face. It's red, dude. Not even a joke. It's literally red.
Yeah, you could feel that shade. All the blood rushing into his pale skin, adding a new gradient to it. Deadly seems the most chill out of everybody else. It's probably because of the chewing gum he's biting on.
I don't know if it's just me, but whenever I'm chewing a chewing gum and I'm doing something, I can't focus properly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't really like gum, so I can't relate. I don't even want to try. But I've seen a lot of players speak about this, you know? Excali, Deathmaker, and now Deadly. All of these guys just chew on something, you know? They keep snacking if snacks are available, or they just have like a gum popped in. They mentioned that it helps them deal with nerves, deal with anxiety. So, you do you, I guess. Whatever helps float your boat.
True that. And in these type of circumstances, you really do need to calm your nerves quickly enough. The players seem like they're touching their mouses, so yeah, I guess they're ready. I really just want to hop inside the game and see how it's going to look like. But the rounds have been just so back and forth, dude. Really tough to come to a conclusion. And yeah, the tactical timeout's been ended too. You can see the UI being taken away. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're probably dealt with all the type of issue that we were having. And now we're going to deep dive inside the game. 15-15 was the scoreline. No rollbacks. We're good to go.
Let's go. Let's get the show on the road. We have some risky plays already. Deadly with only one cloudburst, no updraft, and an op. This glass cannon will have to start ringing some bells over here. Pop flash at the ready. Just waiting for contact to be made. Oh, he steps on the other side of the poison cloud. Do they know that Trist is still over here? They might not check this guy. And they don't!
Oh my god!
He sprays them both down. A dink onto Disrupt as well. Trist has done his job much more than he was expected to.
Yeah, man's done his job and more than enough of that. Disrupt only on 10 HP. Techno is still up, but Disrupt gets taken care of. And Voya on the sides. A one-man army. He's going to be a wall that's uncrackable. And Voya cracks open his opponents. Reckoning Esports, such a storming way to win that round. And now all they need is one more round to go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure everyone can feel their nerves.
And the trend continues. The defensive-sided teams keep on winning these rounds again and again. And what a way for Trist to step up. We saw him being very laid back, and that's probably what happens when your nerves are centered and your heart rate is stable. He just breathes in their general vicinity and he just lays down with destruction and death. Now it's time for Wimp to pull off something similar. flashes, forcing him off the angle, but True Rippers instead are focusing to double down on Art. That's the wrong call. Wimp is the only defender over here. He has to somehow make an impact, or if not, stay alive. He can't even fall back, and he falls. Even Boya gets the other kill. Deadly 10 doing so much over here. Reckoning Esports have the opportunity to seal this game shut right here and now.
Things slipping out of hand for True Rippers. 3 players alive for them. And the defenders need to make something happen right now as Disrupt walks outside and he's still somehow alive. And what a flick from Disrupt! And Reckoning Esports, they're trying their best to fight back, but it's the entire firing squad of True Rippers. They know it's do or die right here, right now. You want to push into OT or get taken care of, and Disrupt is the last player to stay alive. And Reckoning Esports, they knock True Rippers out of this tournament. And Reckoning Esports, they continue their journey.
They breathe a sigh of relief. All this effort. What a troublesome, labored game, but they survive. Reckoning Esports stay alive in the tournament by the skin of their teeth. And after all that is said and done, they will emerge as the victors, as the champions. But this also means that True Rippers will have to go home empty-handed. They return to the pavilion, but man, they must hold their head up high. This competition was too intense. They made Reckoning Esports not only sweat, but they also made them bleed. So True Rippers can hold their heads up high, even though they have been defeated and eliminated from VCSA. But Reckoning Esports will continue onwards. Their streak continues as they now have been responsible for the elimination of so many teams. They're basically the final bosses of this tournament at this point.
They are. And well, the Rada Believers wins again. Flabbin, I mean, he's trying to convey us from the video itself that how pressurizing it was in the end moment. It felt like his heart was going to explode. And yeah, indeed, we can imagine, man. Me as a caster, I'm pretty sure Crips too. Even our hearts are just pounding, and it's time for us to push on to the interview.
That was absolutely bonkers. हर्ष, हमने शुरुआत में बात की थी odds on favorite True Rippers थे. बहुत सारे fans जो हैं उनका मानना था कि True Rippers जीतेंगे. तुम्हारे जो haters हैं उनका भी ये मानना था कि True Rippers जीतेंगे. What do you have to say after what we have witnessed? This has been the most thrilling match in the split to playoffs.
Yes, बहुत close गया मैच, but हम लोग ने कन्वर्ट कर लिया जीतने के लिए. हम लोग लोटस ही जीत गए थे. अनफॉर्चुनेट वो रोल बैक हुआ राउंड. उसके बाद से हम लोग का लाइक मेंटालिटी सब प्लेयर्स का बहुत अलग हो गया. उस बिखर गए सब, ऐसा लग रहा था मेरे को लोटस में. बट मेरे को यही चीज़ टीम को भी समझाना है कि इफ़ ऐसा कुछ भी चीज़ होता है तो ये चीज़ पे मोमेंटम नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए हमें. लाइक स्प्लिट 1 में भी बहुत बार ऐसी चीज़ें हुए थे और स्प्लिट 2 में बहुत बार रोल बैक हुए. बट उसके बाद हम लोग हार जाते थे उसके बाद. बट वो हम लोग को जो मिस्टेक्स है हम लोग को वर्क करना है. यस, वी जीते. हम लोग नेक्स्ट मैच पे फोकस करेंगे.
तुम्हारी टीम अभी भी वो जज्बात दिखा रही है भाई. इतने सारे ओटीज हुए, ये जो आखिर में टेक्निकल पॉज हुआ था जहां पे तुमने 2 राउंड बैक टू बैक निकाले, उस टाइम पे क्या बात चल रही थी तुम लोगों के बीच में?
लाइक बस हम लोग बात करेंगे जो भी मिस्टेक्स. इसके पहले हम लोग का 4v2 राउंड जग गया. उसके बाद भी लाइक हम लोग ने ये नहीं सोचा कि हारेंगे करके, बट हम लोग का मोमेंटम जो था हम लोग ने कमबैक किया, वो जो भी था. बट ये है कि हम लोग ने लूजिंग के लिए कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ा था. जो भी हम लोग जो भी फाइट लेंगे सीधा फाइट लेंगे, ना डरो ना कुछ भी करो.
तुम लोग यार पूरा काम जो है वो खत्म कर सकते लोटस पे ही. क्या हुआ वहाँ पे?
लाइक अनफॉर्चुनेट टेक्निकल इशू हुआ था, तो उसकी वजह से लाइक 9-6 जो राउंड था उसके बाद हम लोग ने 10-6 किया था. और उसके बाद से लाइक आरयू का शायद से पीसी ऑफ हो गया था, तो राउंड रोल बैक हुआ. उसके बाद से हम लोग का जो मोमेंटम था जीतने का, उसके बाद हम लोग आई डोंट नो लाइक मिसकम्युनिकेशन हो रहा था. उसके बाद से बहुत चीज़ें मिस्टेक्स हो रहे थे. बट ठीक है, लाइक वी वॉन द पर्ल मैप.
और ये जो मैप वीटो हमने देखा आज, उसके पीछे क्या थॉट प्रोसेस थी?
द थिंग इज़ लाइक मैं पर्सनली बोलूँ तो मैंने कोच से बात किया था. मेरे को पर्ल नहीं खेलना था. बट एट द एंड मोमेंट लाइक हम लोग जब इधर आए, वेन्यू पे आए, तभी मेरे को कोच ने बोला कि मेरे पे भरोसा कर, पर्ल खेलते हैं अपन, अगर थर्ड मैप आएगा तो भी चलेगा. तो मैंने बोला कि यस आई विल ऑब्वियसली मैं उन पे भरोसा करूँगा और टीममेट्स पे भी भरोसा करूँगा.
भाई पहली डेट तुम्हारे और ट्रू रिपर्स के बीच, वो पहली डेट जब अच्छी नहीं जाती तो बहुत बुरी यादें रहती हैं, ये सब जानते हैं। तुमने उन्हें भेज दिया वापस घर। फाइनली यू गेट अ विन इन द प्लेऑफ्स। देर आए दुरुस्त आए।
अभी तो बहुत बाकी है आगे। नेक्स्ट मैच तो हम लोग गॉडसन के सामने है, हम लोग को रिवेंज लेना है। सो ऑब्वियसली वी विल फोकस कल के मैच के लिए।
ये गॉड्सरेन वाली जो रिवेंज की बात की है, दैट्स माय फाइनल क्वेश्चन। उन्होंने तुम्हें लोअर ब्रैकेट में भेजा था। आज जिस तरीके से तुम लोग जीते हो, इतना लंबा मैच, इतना थ्रिलिंग मैच, इतना ब्लॉकबस्टर मैच, क्या सडनली तुम्हारी टीम जो है इट्स इन अ डिफरेंट सॉर्ट ऑफ कलर?
उन्होंने हम लोग को लोअर ब्रैकेट में भेजा था, हम लोग उनको बाहर भेजेंगे।
We've got a mic drop moment. उन्होंने हमें लोअर ब्रैकेट में भेजा था, हम इन्हें बाहर भेजेंगे। Well, it's time for a break. Can't believe what we've just witnessed.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up, way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, this the 7 C's. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up, way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only family, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up, stay up. Counting all the way up. Blessings, yeah, you know we pray up, way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up, way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, this the 7 C's. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up, way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. On track, now we gon' way up, way up. Now we gon' way up, now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only family, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put my myself on stage and say sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, this the 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only family, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage and say sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring.